Welcome in, Foxy darling. Welcome in, welcome in. So this is a bit of a temporary measure. There are a couple of things I wasn't able to work out, unfortunately, one of them being a good microphone. My Blue Ember is just sitting here, staring at me unplugged, shamefully aware of the fact that it is not getting love. I'm currently on a headset my work gave me that works fairly well for most calls and such. Sounds very clear, but on something like streaming, I'm not sure how well it goes. So I may need to make some temporary adjustments. Until then, until I have a solution on hand, this will be it. So I'll probably be avoiding using this setup for the moment, but I wanted to get some testing in, of course. And I wanted to stream again. I've missed you, darlings. I've missed you so very much. I think what I need to do is find a smaller XLR thingamawhat. Mixer. That's the word I was looking for. So that I can. It really only needs to handle one microphone, either the Blue Audio Ember or my lapel mic that I just got in. That's a Shure brand lapel mic. It's very expensive and also not being used. Because the other option is to run long wires from my mixer in my room, or my computer nook, all the way over here, just to be able to use the Ember, which will be on a long wire all the way to the mixer, which seems excessive, honestly. Plus, if I want to, say, broadcast from outside or from somebody else's location, then I'm definitely going to want to have a better setup. And I like the capabilities of my XLR microphones. Words are hard. Plus, I already have them, so it would seem like a waste to not use them. But right now, I can't use them because of the fact that my mixer is 12 feet and a wall away. Let's get on over to our live stream panel. How are you doing, Foxy One? I do hope you can hear me. It looks like it's broadcasting my microphone. Today has been decent. Okay. Good. It should be decent. Okay, you can hear me well. Good. Hopefully the audio is not too terrible. This headset, like I said, it's not bad, but it's one my work gave me, and I don't know. I'm only giving it back if they tell me. Morning stream got cancelled as Pretty Dear was musically busy. Unfortunate. I was actually curious about that. I went to catch you guys and didn't see anything going. As you can see, we are in the workshop. It is a bit of a disaster. Had some things get knocked over while working on some projects, had some stuff happen, trying to readjust the camera to where it was. Yes, full arm up to the elbow reveal, huh? There we go. I know, very pale. Surprising, right? But this is sort of a systems test of the new laptop. Aren't we all? Yes, except you live in the Midwest where there's sunshine. Oh, shit. I've not had sunshine in a while here, so can't even say that. I've got a Blitzkrieg next to me, a little bitsy boy. Let me see if I can take the camera and find him. There he is. He isn't running this time. He knows what this thing is. Normally I so much as touch it and he runs. But right now he's being a needy little cuss. I'm following some advice from a friend of mine. I'm thinning out his wet food to make it wetter. And, that didn't happen. Can't prove it. There we go. Thinning out his wet food to make it wetter so that he gets more moisture, and make it softer so that he doesn't have to pick up big old chunks and drop them on the floor. And then bite them from there. His bowl's a little small for his whiskers, which I need to get him a bigger bowl. As there's something called whisker overload cats can suffer, where if they put their head into their bowl and their bowl touches all their whiskers, it basically tells them that the entire world is too small and they don't like it. And this fussy little one hasn't been eating much, so I need to fix that. But with it being softer and squishier and goopier, he seems to enjoy the food. So it seems to be going well so far. But he's sitting next to me because his bowl is empty. And thus, he has never eaten food. Ever in the history of ever. It's terrible. He's hoping if he's cuddling me, then I'll feed him. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Starving dad, yes. But I hope everybody's Saturday is going well. Today's agenda is fairly simple. I'm doing a test, making sure that streaming can work off of this thing. It should. It's a Core i7 with a 3060 RTX and 16 gigs of RAM. The RAM will be upgraded soonish. I think the first thing, before upgrading the RAM, I need to fix something here. Yes, I think I need to, that needs to be turned down. Yes, that needs to be turned down. Papi skillibop. Papi skillibop. Papi skillibop. There we go. Now I'm reacting as I should to my own voice. Haha! Victory. Victory. But, itinerary right now is to clear up the workshop a little bit. It's gotten messy. I did some projects over the intervening weeks and left some stuff around. And then I've got a couple of things I want to do. Go over a couple of projects going on in the future, get my straight razor edged so that I can use it. Swarmy darling, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. And then sort out the probably 30 or so straight razors I have sitting on my table here that need to be taken care of. I was going to try and use my model, however, unfortunately, it was having an issue. I don't have all the right settings loaded for VTuber Plus. I need to pull my profile from that. I also need to pull my profile from my Stream Deck, because that's not loaded either. Hooray! The things you forget, right? Oh, before I forget, let's go ahead and save this here. Sure, let's save it there. Why not? So how is the weekend going for darling Swarmy One? There we go, get the microphone a little closer. Ah! I have been pinged. What is this fuckery? Dismiss. I don't care what email I got. Oh. That was just a friendly reminder from Messenger and also PayPal's app that I have in fact paid Twitch some money. Super useful. First, let's... Yeah, I was wanting to have my model up, but I just am missing too many settings. Need to fine-tune that, unfortunately. You're at work for the next 10-ish hours, but all in all, not too bad. Well, that's good. Twitch is supposed to give you money, and this is backwards. That's what a lot of people think, but if you actually ask Twitch, you get a different answer. Sadly. I am glad that you are at least, although not bad at work, for the next 10 hours. Hopefully things go quickly for you. Oh, I did get a Twitch.
Damn!
Og Swarmlord just subscribed. Speaking of giving Twitch some money.
Thank you, Swarmy dear. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, because my model is not up, some of the, point redeems are not going to work well, or at all. So Yeet, Yeet Storm, Know You, Love, those will not function. If you spend points on them, I'll try to refund them, but no promises. I might just find it annoying and not do it, so you've been warned. Okay. Swarmy says answer a question, but wrong. Okay, what question, Swarmy? Why'd I start streaming? I have to answer it wrong, so, to become a self-sufficient streamer who can do this full-time and make all of the money. Be the next Gaogura. 100%. Darling, welcome in, welcome in. Headset cut its own microphone. I hope the audio quality's not terrible. Again, I'm not on my regular microphone setup, so it's not. I'm using a USB headset that my work gave me when I was in claims. Okay, sounds good. Good. So let's see here. Which, found out from a friend of mine that, in fact, it was Gray now that I think about it, so I found out from my brother. Company is not doing profit sharing this year because we're not profitable, and also they're changing over to a metrics-driven leaderboard system that they pioneered over in Auto Damage, where I'm at, for all bonuses and potential extra earnings in general. So, really not bothered if they fire me for not being there. Really don't give a fuck now. Even more so. Even on years where there was not a profit before, they gave a payment of some kind to show their appreciation. But that's no longer the case because the company is no longer driven by being good at being the company, but by making money for the board. Which is a good reason to hit the eat seat on that motherfucking place right away. Let's see here. So, first thing's gonna be cleaning up. This is the remainder of that, chunky board that I had of plywood from, the building replacement parts streams and the several hours afterwards for that kit. I feel like I should keep it because it's small enough I can just put it somewhere. And it's already thinned out to that purpose, but I don't... Nah, this needs to be tossed. Pretty much my opinion. I've heard jobs like that is there to get paid, didn't care if they fired me, thankfully. Or we've had jobs like that. Thankfully you're in a place now that actually cares about their employees. That's the thing! When I was hired, they cared. And then the year I was brought on was the year that they pushed the previous president into retirement, and he was semi-active, and a few things started to change, but not much. And then he's fully retired, and now everything's going to shit. Company literally has invested in the long term for long-term profits and provide the best service and operate ethically, which, I mean, as ethically as you can in insurance, really, I guess. And provide for your workers and treat them well as core operating principles. Like, these are of the 7 deadly principles that we have. And the company's pretty much ditching all of that. They're restructuring their principles. And as much as it pains me, because this was once a good company, I guess, it was better when I wasn't there, it was good when I joined, it's now just awful. So, it's not worth it. Yeah, take care of your employees and they'll take care of you. Exactly. They were offering the best pay in the industry, or close to it, certainly in this area. They were offering profit sharing, they were offering excellent benefits, they were offering a lot of things. And if you didn't want the excellent benefits, you could save a good bit of money and go with the shitty benefits. But, because that was even an option for you, if you wanted it. But the company no longer does that. They've changed health care providers to something that's cheaper for them, not for us though, but just for them, and provides less benefit. They've removed profit sharing. They are going to be putting everybody on a performance-based leaderboard thing that is going to disadvantage people like myself with long-term health issues, because we won't be there to keep our numbers up, even if our numbers are calibrated so that we don't get terminated or we don't get discriminated against for promotions or for pay increases. They've already shown time and again that they're not going to do that for any sort of incentive program. In fact, they faced a class action lawsuit from our sales force for doing so. And completely unrelated, they have closed out all Salesforce in California, as well as several other states, and are closing our California office. Because, you know, one of the biggest, most populous states in the Union, and one with the most nitpicky laws in auto insurance, is by no means one that you want to actually keep an office up for. Nah, it's fine. Competitors are looking for people to work. Qualified certificate, inspection number 11. That's not needed. Competitors are looking for good auto damage adjusters, and there are places I could work with that experience that are not directly auto damage, so fuck it. I can give myself several months of rest and respite if I cash out my 401k, and the fact that they are potentially firing me for having to take time off to avoid a mental health breakdown tells me that I can also angle for, depending on how things feel when I come back, angle for short-term disability, because honestly, if I feel like everything's the same and nothing has changed and it's all gotten as bad or worse, it's not a good sign for me to be working in general. I have options, and the best ones sound like not being there. Sad, but that's their fucking problem. That's their fucking fault. They paid really well to train me and recognize that I am a good employee and a good worker. I just got a promotion before I had to take off. Now they're going to say that I'm not worth keeping because I had to take off on my own time, on my own money, because of the fact that they had pushed me to the breaking point, among other things, but they were a factor, a major factor. In fact, they pushed me to the breaking point, I broke, and then continued to work for another year, to be honest. But they want to do this, they can do this. It's their call. If I come back and I'm not fired, but sternly lectured or something, whatever. I'll start acting my wage. So this is one of the projects I picked up some time ago. I get it back together so I can get it on screen. I get it the right way around so I can get it back together so I can get it on screen, you fucking numpty. There we go. Cheesy Pete's fluffy. It's an adjustable angle. It's got a bubble level I would need to recenter, but it's not going to be too bad to begin with. It also needs to be anchored. But this whole thing was rusted, or the paint was damaged and was rusted. There was rust on the measure itself. And it didn't even move well. Got a lot of it cleaned up. I think there's just a little bit of fine-tuning on the surface here, but I think, honestly, most of that's going to be covered by a thick enough coat of enamel. I mostly want to get these flat angles that are going to be uncovered taken care of. I really just took this apart again, didn't I? There we go. But the whole point is that it makes a nice right angle. It locks in place. So you can go, okay, I need 45-degree angle, or, 90-degree angle at 4 inches. There we go. Kaboom. It's a useful device for crafty folk, such as myself. And I've used it a couple of times while it's been in repair. I filed off all of the flashing from this being cast. There is some surface pitting you can see. And it's reflective, so the camera's going to hate trying to capture it. Yeah, it's not going to capture. There we go, there's some pitting in there. That's not going to be able to be fixed, because that's in the flat surface, which is going to remain unpainted. It gets taped over. But simply turn the nut, push down, turn the nut, more. So this is something that I'm actually going to probably take care of later today, because I'm basically on the last step, which is paint the damn thing. But I wanted to remember it existed and show it off a little bit. I was working on it while a friend of mine who needed consultation and advice and just somebody to talk to because his work is terrible. You didn't have to leave, Bitsy. I didn't have to try to do that either, because I've got a grabby claw right here specifically for this type of thing. You go back up there, thank you. But he works as an unarmed guard, in Seattle, no less. So he's basically a scarecrow that gets scared. And he had some bad situations come up, and right now it's possible he doesn't even have a job because he stood up for himself, unfortunately. But he needs some time to talk. Might be starting a Nuzlocke with a buddy of yours. That sounds fun. Nuzlocks are always fun to watch. I don't think I'd have the patience to deal with it myself. There's so much restriction in a Nuzlocke. But yeah. While he was here, trying not to listen to the sound of his own terrors, I was working on that, trying to not listen to the fact that it was 2 in the fucking morning and I wanted to go to sleep, but he really needed somewhere to be. I was not at home or at work. And I've got this monofilament I was going to use to fix something, but I ended up finding a better option anyway, so that goes back up there. Got this. Somebody found a Princess Twilight sticker. And this is going to be attached to... I'm going to use this a bit of a cleanup right now. This magnetic sheet magnet to make it a fridge magnet. Got it pre-cut. This is going to be something I will do here on stream in a bit. When I get to the doing projects part of this, but it's just going to be pull up, peel off, stick down, cut around. I've got these little foldy scissors, which actually came with my sheet magnet. They're quite cute. I like them. Always a little worried folding them up because I think I'm going to stab myself. And then, of course, the keen green stab machine for getting the precision elements done. So I will... Everything is gritty from all of the... everything I've done here. Need to order some sheet magnets, several stickers to make into whiteboard magnets. I strongly recommend it. Like, it's always, you know, $2 for a sticker from somebody you like, or $10 for the sheet magnet, or for the magnet version, and it's like, sheet magnets, $8 in and of itself for enough to do a dozen magnets, or 30 or 40. Emmy, darling, welcome in, welcome in. You are first and second, despite being the fourth. I'm impressed. I'm impressed by your gumption. And your guys' commitment to that bit. You find particulates all over my desk and everything are so fine that it won't move with my hand as much as stick to it, so moist cloth picks that up. Sort of clearing a space that I can put the project to be on. It's all going to have to be wiped down again anyway, but thankfully I have a whole case of these damn cloths. Moist indeed. It's almost as though the pandemic made them scarce, and then suddenly, when people stopped being terrified of everything, not that they shouldn't be concerned because it's a fucking pandemic, but they should maybe stop hoarding constantly. Let me put my expired ID that I used to scrape stuff away so you people don't see the damn thing. You know, when people stopped hoarding and trying to plague profiteer, suddenly there was a massive excess, and, you know, people needed to offload. Stabby PNG Fluffy. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. The Gay Wrath Fluffy. Let's see here. So we've got those. I've got this thing, which I need to sharpen, which I may not do on stream, just because I'm not certain how I'm going to do this edge, honestly. I might have to use a clamp, but, you went to breakfast. I'm glad to hear it. How was breakfast, darlings? It took a very long time. I mean, if you're getting back around noon, then yes, I imagine so. Yes, this was something I spotted while I was waiting for my car to get detailed, the one I bought with, the money from refinancing the house. And it looked cooler on Amazon. It's a little lightweight, but it's very pretty. But this handle is completely unsealed, and what I want to do is, since it's unsealed, you can see staining from when I washed the packing oil, the creosote, off the blade. What I want to do is burn this, hit it with a brush so it ends up sort of rough and detailed, and then seal it with wipe-on poly. And then get a little bit of... Up in here, there's a space you can see with the blade where it goes into, again, unsealed wood. I want to get some epoxy in there on each side to fill it in, so I can actually use and clean this blade. Not that I'll use it much, because it's supposed to be a chef's knife, but it's technically the right shape, but it's not. I don't think it would hold up, but I want it to be usable. Meanwhile, it is very pretty. It is burb. And I'm pretty sure it allows me to cast Zephyr Strike as a reaction once per long rest. and makes me invulnerable to falling damage. Now that, or it adds an extra 3d6 to attacks against creatures with a fly speed. Very much a nice display. Yeah, it's the blade itself is stainless, which stainless for a knife this long is not necessarily bad. I'm actually going to move this one up onto my computer there, so it doesn't... This is 8,000 grit, so it's not like it's super coarse, but I don't want to keep scuffing it anyway. But, you know, stainless for a blade this length isn't bad. This is about as long as you would want it to be stainless, maybe 12 inches at the longest. But it is going to be a very nice display, and I'm starting to thin out my sharp objects and random display pieces collection. When flying creatures are struck, their flying is halved for 2d4 rounds. Ooh, nice. Is there a reason on the stainless length? Yes, stainless steel is a metal-metal alloy, which is to say that it has metallic bonds. It makes it very, through and through, it makes it very malleable, flexible, but it doesn't give it proper strength. Thank you for the biddies, Emmy. Thank you. Much heart. Essentially, when you're talking about steel, there's basically two categories of steel. Full metal steels like stainless steels and other chromium steels, and partially metal steels like carbon steel. QT, darling, welcome in for the first time. Hello, sweetheart. It is finally good to see you. Unfortunately, I'm not using my model because I have a lot to still unpack into this laptop here for doing the workshop streaming. But welcome in. Thank you so much for showing. But comes down to that old high school science or junior high science of metallic bonds. Metals share electrons amongst each other, which allows them to sort of bend and mix easier instead of breaking. This is what gives metal its flexibility, and in certain mixes can give it a good amount of strength. Allows metal to be drawn out into a wire, allows metal to be turned into plating, but it doesn't help it with overall hardness. To get a harder steel, you need to mix in something like carbon to make a carbon steel. Carbon is not metallic. It does not share electrons, so it doesn't move and flow with the rest of its mesh. As such, the steel will flow and move a bit, but where the steel is connected to the carbon, it stays put. And that's why carbon steel is a harder steel, it's a more durable steel, and can have a lot of spring back. Bend it and it comes back, whereas full metal steels will bend and just stay that way. But carbon steels are also... usually you can't mix carbon with chromium or other anti-oxiding materials, so they have a tendency to rust. This blade, for example, is very well maintained. I keep a good amount of control over keeping it clean, but there's still, because this is the one I use, but you can see there's still a couple of spots of rust that developed just from a little bit of water that didn't dry off properly one time. And that's superficial. It hasn't etched in, but it is something that I have to take off with an abrasive, which will mean re-polishing the blade. Something that I try to avoid doing, even though I could fix a couple of errors with the initial polishing, just because the more you polish it, the thinner it gets, the less lifetime it has. So, because steel alloys like this, or metal alloys like stainless steel, don't have that flexibility, that ability to bend and then come back, they aren't particularly hard. Blades past a certain length become very fragile in and of themselves. They will warp, they'll deform, and also the larger the blade, generally the heavier the project. You don't need a large blade to do fine surgery. Meanwhile, you want something that doesn't rust, so surgical stainless steel on, say, a scalpel works fine. However, you need your blade to be hard, durable, and also maintain an edge if it's, say, a knife that you're going to be using for working on things a lot, or if it's, say, a sword you need to run through Saracens repeatedly. Or perhaps behead 4,000 Saxon men at the bloody verdict of Verdun. So having something that will distort and fold or break at the length at which you need it to operate, and that won't hold an edge, because as much as this will fold and bend on its base, the edge does that on a lot less force because it's a lot thinner. So as far as kitchen knives go, stainless is not a bad call. A lot of people go with carbon steel with a stainless coating to them of some sort, a protective coating, which isn't bad because that's a good mix of things. There's a lot of options as far as kitchen knives go because they are exposed to acids, they are exposed to salts a lot. So if you don't keep them clean right then and there, they'll take some damage, but so stainless is a good option for cooking. However, they require more maintenance on the blade because the edge will bend more, the edge will take more damage. So it's really sort of a whichever you prefer, lower maintenance cleaning-wise or lower maintenance honing-wise. This thing feels nice. I could use it for cooking, and it does have the same profile as a standard cooking knife, a chef's knife. But keeping these and these clean is going to be a hassle. Because those are cuts. Those are just right through, and they're not serrated. These are sharp on the very edge because it's all ground as one edge. So yes, that's a very long way of saying steel. How steel will do. You want a straight razor, but don't shave enough for it to be a justifiable purchase. Well, good news, darling. I have a large number of them that I have already purchased. I would say roughly 80% of them are going to be able to be restored, probably from the parts of the other 20%. So I'll probably have some excess if you wanted to work out getting one sent to you. And yeah, proper straight razors are sharp as hell. Disposable blades are a lot less so, but they're thinner and they're disposable. They don't need to hold up. Trying to dispose of... Oh, good, I picked one that actually looks like it'll survive. Trying to dispose of something like this and reuse and buy a new one gets expensive. Even with modern technology making them far less expensive than this honestly was back when it was purchased, probably. It's still a good one's going to be about $50. You want one of those? Can't find them over there. Most likely not looking in the correct place. Most likely because these are going to... Most of the blades are going to be made out of German steel. Which is oftentimes Swedish or French steel at base that's been crafted into a blade in Solingen, Germany. So over in Europe, these should be more popular. Or they should be more available. Because all the good ones that we have in the States are made from components that are bought overseas still. Solingen, Germany still makes... There's still a proud heritage of making straight razor blades. Even to this day. When you get them finished up, hop on a call and sort something out? Absolutely. And if I could find a way... I have no idea the shipping issues with shipping to a safe mailing location for you, QT, if you would want one. I have no idea how that would go. But if it's not so much of a hassle, I'm extending the same offer to you as well. What I've been able to find are ones with replaceable blades. The replaceable blades are a lot more common. In fact, some of these are replaceable blades. Some of them by necessity, like these shaping razors. These are actually great tools. I've got a couple of blades here that survived relatively well in their little package. But trying to find these ones, Durham Duplex blades specifically is hard. Pet groomers use these blades, and then carpet knives. But the pet grooming ones are actually pretty terrible. The carpet knife ones are actually pretty good. I've got some coming in. But by necessity, with the way this is designed, you've got to have it be with a replaceable blade. This is a shaping razor, so it combs into the beard or into the hair. And because it's a wider channel, it doesn't force the hairs to stay perfectly still. So there's a little bit of movement. So you just comb into it carefully, and it removes height off of the fluff to thin it out. And how you get the preferred level of fluff is basically down to how many strokes you make through the same area and with how much force. If you're just lightly pushing across, then there's not a lot of force being pushed into directing and channeling the hair, so it will take a little bit, but if you apply more force, it takes more, and then of course the more swipes, the thinner it'll get. I've got quite a few of these, actually. I've got some blades coming in that should be good, and some blades that I know are good for them, but I'm not sure. This is actually a more common one nowadays. This is the one that is in the Discord as, please don't send shit out like this. Because this is just a single-edged, fold-over, basically a wide box razor. I'll take one, but it's probably gonna be horribly abused since you don't shave, so maybe not one with a great blade, lol. Welcome in, by the way, Gray. Welcome in, darling. I would actually recommend for you something along these lines with a thinning element to it, a shaping tool. This is the one I really wanted to work well, but the blade, despite the fact that it looks very clean, that's because I tried to clean it up and edge it, but I couldn't with what I had out at the time. The blade's not really sharp, so it wasn't working. But I like this one. I'm going to have to do some careful resto work, which means taking pictures of this, because one of the ducks is already wearing off, but it's got 2 ducks on the handle. I want to take a very careful picture of the ducks so that I can go back through and carefully grind those back in once I've polished the surface, and then re-gold them. This is more the type that you've been able to find with the long blade. Yeah, this will be more common, and then you'll see some of them with like a nice fat section that looks like a straight razor, but it's got a nice fat section and then a thin handle, and that's because it uses blades like this one does. And this I actually got at the dollar store, and it's another project because I got it at a dollar store, so of course it needs work. But these cheap mass market thin foil steel blades, these work well because they are thin, and that's their entire existence. But you'll see these ones on like a straight razor handle, and this is fine. I got it to try it because this is sort of the standard non-disposable multi-bladed monster thing, like a Mach 5 or what have you. But I got it at a dollar store, so the handle is very cheap soft plastic, and this is just press fitted in. I think I might make a casting of this and make it out of some very nice acrylic, or get some wood, and then epoxy the head onto it, polish things up a little bit more, and then it's going to require, better blades, but I have better blades coming in. Dollar store razor blades, surprisingly, not that great. And I'm calling now, Duck 1 is a slasher weapon. Duck, duck, goose. Slits throat. Quite possibly. And this is the type you use now. Yeah, this is the common option for I don't want to be spending, $20 on a razor cartridge every month, because these blades, you can get them from the dollar store, or you can get them in a box of like 100 for 6 to 10. You can pay as much as like $30 for 100 or so if you want to buy really, really nice ones that don't need to be that nice. Yeah, no, the duck one's not going to be able to be a slasher weapon because of the fact that it's a shaping tool, it's a shaping razor, so it's got this comb over the blade. So this won't actually cut somebody's throat. It will, however, mutilate their neck beard. Get it down to like a neck peach fuzz, which in and of itself could be used in this day and age by a lot of people. A lot of people. If you are interested in one of these straight razors when I get them done, I probably won't be refinishing and restoring them all on stream just because I've got so many of them, but we'll go through them one by one. DM me, my Discord DMs are open. In general, just always. I've got a couple of sharpening tools here where's my sharpening bucket? Sharpening bucket, where did you go? Where did you go? Makes it more terrifying just sawing in. Oh no, that would not be good. That would not be comfortable. I mean, I suppose that's the point. You're mutilating somebody, but it would be so terrible. It would be very slow. That's not sharp at all. Those are rounded for your safety. Where is my sharpening bucket? Okay, well these will go off to the side here onto the laptop. As my next project after I'm done here will be finding my sharpening bucket. It's probably under my table, I think. Your Discord DM is a guy named Josh. Yes, I've actually spoken about Josh on stream quite a bit. He is a very good DM. I love him. He is the one running the high-level, ultra-high-level game where I'm running a gnome artificer who beats things with a giant club. This is just a chunk of steel that I cut off to make as a general punch. I'd like taken the end of it and cut it down so I can get into a specific hole size and just bonk it, but I bought some carbon steel stock, so this could actually be turned into a razor blade, or turned into a knife blade, easily enough, but it's way too useful just as a heavy tool. I don't have a place for it right now. So it'll stay on the table, I just need to find a place for it when I clean up. I've got some extra tools, let's see here, Sharpie and the pen. I know where you guys go. I have a box I clip all of my writing tools to. Well, all of my spare scribbling options. Okay. Then, so this one was fun. I had like so many of these flat files that I ended up, I've got one my tool skull, I've got one went to a friend who got the kit that I was building replacement parts for. And then I gave a full set of files to another friend, and I still had one of these and one of these round boys, the sort of spear-pointed ones that are flat on one side and then rounded on the other, which are very useful so it's not mutilated. This one, I mean, even without the handle, it still does what it's supposed to. But I needed a pin I could push something out of a project with. I don't remember what it was I was working on, though. Oh, it was the bearing for Bing, my turntable. Sent me a DM, answer at my own leisure. Will do. I usually don't check my DMs on stream because I'm busy streamulating, but I appreciate that. I'll check it when I can. But I just needed a pin that I could put into a vise to push the bearing, the ball at the end of the bearing out. And I didn't have anything better, so I just knocked the end off of this. I think I'll keep a hold of you for now. You're a little soft to be useful in the long run, but you still work. This tiny file, I don't think... I'm not going to throw these out yet because I've got these two files, these two spare X-Actos, or spare craft scalpels. This spare craft scalpel that can also, it's got the hole in the middle, so you can use it to watch enough click spring to know the value of needle and escapement files exactly. But you can, it's got the hole in it so you can clamp down a file to keep the file in place with a good handle that you can use. I never use these because personally this is enough grip for me. But that's actually why these are textured here and here, is so that they'll grip in a tool handle better. So I've essentially got 3 scalpels, one of which can be 3 craft scalpels, one of which has a little bit more utility to them, spare. And then I've got this barely used dollar store box opener. In fact, that's how barely used it is. It's gotten rust on it from sitting. Blade restoration on a disposable. Sadly, I have to disappear for a bit. Back to work. Well, enjoy your work. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate you being here, as always. But these I need to find a place to put excess tools. Just a little dumping box for now. I think I see something way over here. Can I get to it? Oh, sleeve reveal. Black sleeves. Yes. Hot. Oh, it already has a gold marking marker, which needs to go back over here with all of my other markulators. My markipliers. Markiplication. So I will put excess tools here, and then just when I buy a new set of files for myself, the old ones will go here. When I open a pack of brushes, or when I can put my spare brushes here, just have all of my spare tools in this box. That way, if somebody needs something, I have a box I can go to and be all like, "Oh, you need a sharp pointy thing? Here's the handle's a bit scuffed, but this is a great solid design. Trust me on it. Got a fresh blade on there. Toss you a couple extras here. Have fun. And don't kill yourself. Don't kill yourself. That's what these are for." Oh, this one will also work well. Just call them the Funky Bunch because that's where marking marker goes. No. Gray? No. See, it runs in the family. Yes, yes. I have been chatting up Darling Emmy and Night Eye quite frequently, and they unfortunately that means they have been exposed to my... Chatting up is not the correct term. Chatting with. They have unfortunately been exposed to my humor a little bit more. And so I need to try and just get a little bit of excess gunk out of. This bracelet broke a while ago, and I put it back together with some nice cabling or cording that I have. But in the process, I knocked over my assorted miscellaneous screws and other objects, which landed on the floor, which hadn't been patrolled by Sucklord in quite a while, so... And you can see there's, like, floor fluff, which will go back to the floor, and I'll actually vacuum after stream. Let the Sucklord run free. But these are very useful devices to have in a workshop. This is a magnetic bowl. And it's just simply, you know, a dish of stainless steel, thankfully, with a rubber plate on the bottom and a magnet. In fact, these are 2, so that one's extremely strong because they just sort of stack their magnetic capabilities. Let me just rotate them. Yeah. It's just little bits of fuzz and fluff. Actually, magnetic bowl to hold all the tiny screws when you're pulling apart a Nerf blaster. So useful. Exactly. Which, by the way, Gray, Dread, and Night Eye used to be big Nerf hoarders as well. Need to get them back into it. I've got my miscellaneous tacks over here. And some of these screws were pulled out of like a door that I removed that was in shit shape. Generally, if the screw comes out and is very good, like it's only been through drywall, I'll keep it, or it's a screw like this one, which is from something I hung up that I used something different for. And it's unused, so it's perfectly valid. Like, are you really a craftsman if you don't have a pile of random screws that you don't know where they came from? And I've got these hooks, which I gotta keep separate. And clear up these. These were used to hang something. Don't recall, but they're like shower ring curtain rings with a little clip. So they have their usefulness, but at the time I was screwing them to the ceiling, I think, and then running stuff between them or clipping something on there. I don't remember what, but magnetic mat, so you can lay them out in roughly the pattern. I actually found, as far as specifically if we're talking like nerf modding, drawing a rough outline of the gun on a piece of cardboard worked well. Trash goes there. But these I've got to put somewhere else because these will also be useful, but are a different thing, so they'll go here. And of course, your flush cutters, or another term that I hear used is dikes. I don't know how out of touch that term is, but given what it is, probably out of touch. Flush cutters are extremely useful. You should always have, to my mind, 2. These are precision for soft things like twist ties, plastic, pewter, that type of thing. And then some chunkier bladed ones for going through your stiffer metals and hard materials. Ones that you really don't care about because they're cheap and they're... I mean, you should get a pair of both that are cheap because you will abuse them. If you buy a nice one, you will use it less and you will be more careful with it so it lasts longer, but at the same time, it's less useful at that point than a very, very cheap one, like a dollar store one. Or one you can get for, one of those things you can get on Amazon that's like $5 for one, or a dozen for $3. I feel like you'd lose things with a mat. Also bad at putting things down, being like, okay, where did I put that? Frick. I know that feeling. That's why, as far as nerf modding goes and other projects where disassembly and then reassembly are important, I have a tendency to do that cardboard thing. Corrugated cardboard, draw out the shape of it, and then just stab the screws into it. That way you know exactly where they go back. And it's not like you're going to be reopening it anytime soon. Now, I do know this one is unused for the anchor and the screw. This is for my smoke alarm, which, for people who have been up here recently, you know it's on a bench sitting over there with its battery out because of the way I cook. But since I know these are supposed to be used together, I made them up a little bit so that when I need something small and lightweight but drywall anchorable to hold up, I've got them right there. Thumbtack. I recently pulled down a 5.1 system I just wasn't using, and then since I've pulled it down, I've started hosting people again, watching stuff. So that's, great. But actually, what I could be doing, will it be a waste of time to just brush the drywall out of these? Yeah, fuck it. It's gonna go back into drywall. It doesn't matter if it's still drywall-y. But, got that 5.1 going to a friend of mine as soon as I can go and visit them. Someone dear to me. A true darling. And they will use it a lot more because they are absolute cinephiles. I am more of a cinnamon toast crunch, honestly. lot of these are wood-based because I've been putting them through wood and drywall. On a drywally, because a wet wally wouldn't work, he would rust. You have been exposed to me too much. Feel bad for Night Eye. My bad. Besides, I'm pretty sure a wet wally would help. A wet wally would probably short before he rusts. These are actually a clever design of Thumbtack because they rely on the fact that people aren't going to be like wrapping their fingers around it. You just pinch and stab. It's better shaped than these ones here. Though these are good for hanging things better. If you're actually just pinning something in this design. And meanwhile, for light cable work and such, these are great. The hook will break if you put a couple pound or two on it, but they're very useful. I mean, don't put a pound or two on any Thumbtack. Really, it's a Thumbtack for fuck's sake. Gray was literally workshopping the same joke in his head. Of course. Well, the Dreddy Bear beat you to it. Which my friend who works as a guard who came over the night that I cleaned up that angle measure. That was the same night that this broke and that I ended up doing all of this. It's a busy night. He's potentially fired because he refuses to be disrespected by somebody who doesn't actually work at the company, but is related to somebody who does, and frankly, he's better off if that happens. He's pretty much at where he's working for the similar reasons that I'm at mine, plus the fact that it's a friend's place, so he's sort of doing it almost as a favor at this point. But if that friend is all like, yo man, my mom doesn't like it when you are mean to her, so you gotta go. And you'll be all like, oh darn, I guess I'll go take my skills elsewhere where I'll get more money and have fewer rocks thrown at me. Or lawn boulders, really. Have fun having literally nobody competent left to do the work. Anya! Darling! Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, goodness me. I just realized voice attack isn't on. The darling counter's not going. I guess I'll just have to say ping. How is Best Bean Fairy? How's my favorite flying fairy? Well, let me see here. P-O-I. Oh no, because I don't have... Right, I have it installed, but I don't have the profile up because I got lazy. I am a smart fluffy. Well, thank you for the ping, Anya. Here's that bearing that was pulled out of Bing. Speaking of Bings, it's got that nice flat end to it. Add party. Oh. There we go, that nice, expertly etched. This is the reason why Crosleys are a joke.
Darling!
Fox_Lunarias has gifted a sub to Enya Fairy.
Are you back, Enya? I feel like I should keep this, but I know it's not going to work. Welcome back. What ads did you see anyway? I'm always curious what ads play, because not enough people... Most people who watch me have subs, so I never get to know what ad is played. No, that should just be thrown away. It's too damaged. If The only thing that could be quicker than a cyborg is a Fae. I watched Edge Runners. Cyborgs can be fast as F. One was Adobe. He got distracted and looked away. Fair. Well, I do not support Adobe because they've gone over to subscription models for basically everything, and screw that. You're not an MMO. I'm not paying for you monthly. I want to get local focused ads. I'm actually curious what your ads are because you're in another continent, darling. Ping. Got an incredibly local ad and it really freaked you out. When they do get me with something local, it bothers me, but it's usually the fact that my state's still got a solar program going on, which is... Don't super chat, darling. Please, no. I mean, thank you for the $5 up with Queer Wrath, yes. But I hate their super chat system. It's only gonna elevate for like a minute. At least on YouTube, it's 30 whole seconds. I mean, highlight, which actually is what helped more than anything. One is about giving blood, which you're still not allowed due to you being trans. Oh. Well, that's awkward.
Darling!
M_Dread has gifted a sub-ticket.
Kit. Okay, which reminds me, we've got 2 new subs, Enya and QT, so we've got 2 packets. Let's go ahead and pop those now. 2 new subs, 2 new packs. We've got Sword and Shield Chilling Rain. I think this is just fallen off meta because the box was cheap. It's usually how I can tell. Yes, Pokemon cards. If I get a new sub that's not a resub, I open a pack. Stole that idea from Comfy Catboy, who stole it from somebody even bigger. There is our code, so if you're quick, you can grab that. If not, the cards go to Co. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare class war. I'm going to say that it is going to be Steel. Fisting. I'm bad at guessing the energy. We got a Fisting energy, which goes to Co. We've got Aaron, who is always a cutie. Technically allowed under certain conditions, which is still stupid. I don't know medically valid reasons for that discrimination offhand. If I were to guess, I would say certain concerns about donating while going through the hormone replacement process. But beyond that, I can't think of any reason why they would have a restriction on you donating beyond just bigotry. We got our Ralts, Venipede. Let's see here. Bounsweet, which is a cute little new radish. You like that, Ralts? Yeah, this Ralts is a cutie. Get back here. Yeah. Lots of small boys, indeed. To even things out, we got a Lapras. Focus, you fuck. Heckin' cutie that they are. New Pokemon soon. Yes, I'm actually hyped for this current generation. I'm gonna buy it, straight up. We got a shiny Porygon. Let's see here. Our rare is a Kelsion, Rapid Strike, which looks like some sort of dizzy chameleon monster. First Pokemon game since Diamond you cared about, I think. Last time I got obsessive was Leaf Green, Fire Red. This Pokemon is the same type as any basic energy attached to it, and has spinning attack. Not bad. But I am looking forward to this new one. Bread Dog team. I mean, Bread Dog's pretty good. Once again, though, the best one is the Leaf type, because that's always the case. We got Karen's Conviction. She will absolutely see your manager, and nothing will stop her. Weeding Gloves. Attach these to your Pokemon to mess up grass types. And then Porygon 2, Electric Boogaloo. I don't like the fact that Porygon 2 is completely round. Porygon 2 does not have polygons. That seems like a whiff in my mind. So that was one pack. That was the pack for Enya. Thank you, Enya, for the Kelsion. I keep wanting to call Kecleon, but no, that's... No, it is Kecleon, isn't it? Well, thank you for Dizzy Chameleon, darling. And then the one for our resident cutie. Kecleon sounds familiar, right? Just some dude named Leon who laughs a lot. Here is our code for anyone who plays. Give you a moment to screen grab that. It ends with 69K, nice, and then DRD. I like DRDs. They are one of my favorite little help robot designs. And 1, 2, 3, 4. There shall be a class war. Last one was fisting type. Let's go with fire. Lightning. Nope. Zappy Boy type. Got Snorunt. Just chilling his butt off. Sad little boy in tiny towel. As a Pokemon fan, hope Weedcat stays quadrupedal. As a Drawfee fan, I hope it goes upright. As a fireman, I swear to God, if the fucking Chillicock turns out to be a freaking fighting type. Right. Right. It's not cursing if the bot doesn't catch him. Though, I mean, again, if my mods ban him, my mods ban him, he knows. Got Venipede. Snover. The Snowy Grover Pokemon. With Whap Down. Whap Down. I should just take the H out of there at this point. Whap Down, yes. My favorite Slowpoke, Galarian Slowpoke, just airing out the balls. Just chilling the Pokeballs. Draw me like one of your French Slowpokes. The best one. I think I've been jinxing it by calling the universe's attention. My bad. Let's see here. Punchy Boy, Crab Brawler. The drunk club bro wants to fight at Applebee's.
Darling!
Koyami Nakamura has gifted a sub to Nightbot.
Ko. Our shiny is a Swirlix, the adorable Puff Derp Pokemon. Just absolutely Puff Derp. Look at that thing. It's all floof, no brains. It's Blitzkrieg, basically. Our rare is M. Night Shyamalan, or Shyamalan. Return, you may draw until you have 6 cards in your hand. Sky return, put this Pokemon and all attached cards into your hand. Neat! Not a bad one. Not a bad one for early game. And a cutie, too. Very fierce, very fighty. He is going to fight you. Nightbot deserves love, too. You're just doing that because I can't gift sub my own bot for the meme. Literally just freaking because you're trying not to swear until I forgot you dropped the F-bomb earlier on in the sentence. Got Kralia, the heckin' cutie. The Emotu Pokemon. Moto. Fog Crystal. You would think I'd have this in my Psychic deck, but I really fucking don't. Card. And then Brawly. Rapid Strike Brawly. So thank you very much for fighting M. Night Shyamalan. Cutie. And then for Nightbot, we've got another pack. Would I do that? Yes, yes you would. Yeah, something like that, Enya. I also love your fighting, love your fighting emote so much. Remember raiding in when you were working on it and chat deciding that they needed to fight the raiders. There is our newest code. Give y'all a sec to screen grab if anybody plays online. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. The proletariat shall win the class war. Let's say water. Fire. Our channel is so much fun. Happiness personified. Without a doubt. Enya is a treasure. Firestarter looks like a crocodile and chili pepper made love. See fire plant or fire water just to mess with the meta. That's what I said about Enya the first time you saw her stream. We got a fire. We got Booty Squirrel. It's running away from all the furries. Got that crab over at Applebee's again. The streams remind me to not bought cards for October yet. Oh. Snacks go it. Too late. Too late, Dread. Grass Monkey. Rapid Strike. Cutie. Very, very angry at that tree stump. Sticking to fire. You're just sick of firefighting. You already have Blaziken. Can't all be Blaziken. They all want to be Blaziken. Order in the court. Scorbunny is playing a snowball fight for keeps, we can see. Another AA Ron. I got like a million AA Rons. Running up that hill. Our shiny is shiny cute doctor lady. Something something examine my Pokeballs. Something something. Very, very cute. D! Darling! Hello! Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. And then, ooh, our rare is a Sawsbuck. Evolves from Deerling. This is just an older deer. There's no evolution. That's just growing. That's just growing. It's just a full deer from a tiny deer. Very cute though. Has Winterhorn. If you have a stadium in play, this does 80 more damage. It's already 80 for 1 and 2 colorless. So that's kind of cool. That's not bad enough itself. But that becomes a heck of a cannon in a deck with stadiums. Then we got a Lucky Energy. That's how real life evolution works. I mean, want a Fire Electric that's not Rotom. Also, yes. Hey, we got a Raboot. Moody Teenage Rabbit.
Darling!
Koyami Nakamura has gifted a sub to Dio514.
Oh, thank you. And Scroll of the Skis. These ones are kind of neat. Rapid Strike Pokemon this is attached to can use the attack on this card, so you've got to attach it to a Rapidash card, Rapid Strike. But it has an attack for 1 yellow, 1 colorless. Grav Drop 10 plus. This attack does 50 more damage for each energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon. So this is a great way to neutralize high-cost cannons. I'm trying to gift sub since I came in, but I won't accept payment, which is weird because I'm trying to use your Google payment balance. Refi doesn't want Google money. Oof. So thank you, Nightbot, for cute shiny doctor, and it's just an older deer. I do like that it's just an older deer. I might have to put some stadiums in that grass deck. And then we have a pack for D. Can't believe it's just a deer, right? There is the code. Give y'all a moment if somebody plays online. I've got like several boxes and starters and such already on my account, and guess what? I have never played. Any codes that don't get taken by chat, the card ends up with Co anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4. They do not want a class war, but they will find one. Let's go with Psychic. Hey! Finally!
Gray_Death_Legion has gifted 1 subs to viewers.
Thank you, Gray. And it went to Quilby. That is cool. Quilby is literally the reason why some of my model's hair is blue. The blue streaks were an inspiration, were an homage to one of the 3 inspirations I had to start streaming, Quilby being one of them. She is an absolute heckin' sweetie. If y'all ain't watching Quilby, go watch Quilby. I mean, she doesn't stream much right now because of school, but she's an absolute dear. We've got a Ladybug. Ladybug that's just gonna go over there and mess you up. Focus. Focus. That Ladybug wants a fucking fight. That Ladybug is gonna meet the other one that's drunk at Chili's, the Punchy Crab, and just make the ultimate battle. Yes, how is everybody doing? Since we've got more people in, how are you doing, D darling? I'm doing okay. Some of my things are not up and running on a laptop, but the stream seems to be going well. I have dropped exactly 50 frames so far. I'm at 0.0% of dropped frames. It's not even registering at 0.1%. That's amazing. I'm also not recording right now, but that's fine. 5% of my my CPU, 60 FPS. Nice. Golett. Sorry, not Growlithe. Golett. The baby golem Pokemon. Quite useful because the next step up gets a bonus if it has an item attached to it. And I've got one in my Psychic deck that is designed to take a stage 1 item, I think it's the weights, that basically just gives it 40 extra hit points. So it hits like a freaking cement truck at that point because it has an item attached to it, but then it also has extra HP, so it's really cheap cannon to bring up. There is the son of, or there's the cousin of, because it's a, you know, octopus, not a crab. But small tiny octopus wants to beat you outside of Chili's. Cast form Snowy. Cast form Cutie. The pile of rusty straight razors is a less stable platform than I thought it would be. Feels like a photo almost. This one actually is. This one is one of their clay models that they took a picture of on Maxim Sand. There's some different art styles in this, and previous editions have had clay models and also yarn models. Writing a self-insert story, and cool. I like how many writers I know. More people need to write. I should write, but as a lifelong DM, I've found that the more I write, the less I'm prepared for when shit goes sideways, so I have this habit of not writing. Got Hatena, the adorable hat Pokemon. Our shiny is Peonia. She's a cutie. She's probably a terrible person. I don't know, I didn't play this game. And our rare is Gallade. The totally gonna beat you up bro Pokemon that evolves from Emoto Pokemon. Faint, this attack isn't affected by resistance, which is nice. Dynablade, this attack does 60 damage for each of your opponent's V Pokemon in play. This would be great against my Psychic deck, which is a lot of V and VMAX Pokemon. So Amazon shipper literally just sent you fucking model kit with a shipping label slapped onto flimsy shrimp rack. But it got to you at least, right? That's still pretty freaking lazy. Another scroll of the skis. My favorite stadium of all. I don't at all hate not being able to heal Pokemon. Yes. Yes, I love this one. Ko knows how much I love this one. Yeah, but Squitch in Huge Gamble, it looks terrible. Yeah, not being able to heal your Pokemon, it sucks. It sucks bad. Feels bad, man. And then a crayon or colored pencil art Stene. Which is really neat. I like the fact that there's different art styles and that they use different mediums. It's really cool. What the fuck was that for? This was the one after Nightbot. It's not Quilby, it was the one before that. D, of course! What the hell am I thinking? So D, thank you very much for Punchy Bro and Peonia. And of course, the adorable Ladybug is gonna mess you up. And now Quilby's pack. And maybe I can actually get back to work. It's like that time I was opening magic cards for the first like 2 hours of my collab stream with Happy Darling. He basically got the entire goddamn computer put together. There is our code. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have no more dumb jokes about a class war. Let's say it was psychic, so let's say electric again. Steel. Bother. Galite is just a male Gardevoir who's tired of getting misgendered and overcompensates hard in response. I mean... I ain't got to comment on that one way or another. Speaking of overcompensating, we've got the Galarian Farfetch'd. That D should be capitalized at that point. He's just sitting there thinking about all the people he's gonna slap with his leak. His enormous leak. Gonna take a leak on so many people. Got the cast form Rainy form. Heckin' cutie. Moist. Ooh, a new one to me. Larvesta. Loves dim flowers. Flame charge. Search your deck for fire and attach it to this Pokemon, then shuffle your deck. I bet its next step up has a charge attack. Or has a, yeah, charged attack, I should say, where it's so many extra per fire on it. Well, Mom said she would come to my recital, but she didn't show, and now I have to walk home and it's raining. Why, Mommy? Why don't you love me? Keep calling. I love that keep calling is its first ability, first attack. It just keeps calling its mom, it's not there. She's not answering her phone, she's off at the club. That's okay, Ladybug's gonna fuck her up for you. And then we've got a double rare pack. Yes. Our shiny is Persimmon. It's just a chill freaking plant monkey. And Swabble is just hanging out with. Swabble's all... Oh, it is literally teaching Swabble how to throw giant-ass rocks. That is great. It's like, it's okay. It's okay to have sad feelings. You know what we do here in our tribe? We pick up our sad feelings as a rock, and we hurl it at the face of the person who caused them. Hurl this rock at your mother, little one. Crush her skull. She is beneath you. This is our way. Ook, ook, motherfucker. Heck yes. Ability. Rapid Strike Pokemon's attacks do 30 more damage to your opponent's benched V Pokemon. And benched GX. You can't apply more than one Throwing Coach ability at a time. Nice. Fling. This attack does 20 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. So it can immediately apply off of its own ability, or you can have them on the back bench and apply it to, say, one of those mass AoE psychic ones that does like 30 damage that you just split up however. Weed Rafiki is way less chill than expected. Yes! And then the other rare is Doug Trio. Heck yes. 3 heads are better than 1. Hail Hydration. Flip 3 coins. This attack does 60 damage for each heads. If all of them are heads during your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage from and effects of attacks done to this Pokemon. Yeah! Dictrio is one that has actually gone against my Steel deck, if I recall, and that ability doesn't come up much, but when it does, it sucks. Here is a big stretch for the Dreddy Bear. Thank you. And a hail. Hail. Still working through my Raspberry Coke Zero from lunch. Thank you. Another Dynatree Hill can fuck right off. Justified gloves. I know these gloves look like total douchebag hand coverings, but they're justified. And for a cosplay, that's why I bought them. Queen Rafiki is right up there with Water Bowser. And Porygon 2. So thank you, Quilby, for a double rare with Queen Rafiki and Threesome. And of course, Sad Boy. Sad Boy, Best Boy. I am Grass by default from G1, but I do like Sad Boy. Someone very close to me gave me a Sad Boy plush. It was very much appreciated. Justify my glove. The fact that you can get these in a dollar store nowadays is kind of cool. I gotta admit. Dollar store used to just be a 5-pack of cheap disposables that you'd pretty much just immediately run through. Justify My Glove by Madonna. Let's see here. Oh! This is an odd one I might have to put in with some special parts. It looks like it was a pin that goes into something because it's, focusy fuck. Little crenellated flowery type thing. Had it for just a moment there. But yeah, looks neat. I'm actually going to put you off to the side because you were probably going to go into a parts drawer. A miscellaneous parts bin. Special gubbins. Okay. How did I not notice I was all fire in astrology, right? There were so many signs. You play fire type. You're very caloric. You keep hearing I Burn from Ruby Volume 1 in your head. You're a hottie. So many signs. Our darling Foxy One is not a triple threat, he is all threat. But only to those who fail them. Saw his chart, you're like, yep, on brand. Those who are unworthy of mercy feel his flame. Second hook. Is that where I was putting hooks? I'm guessing that was where I was putting hooks. Guard which is yours with fiery passions of a heart's fire. Fiery passion of 1,000 dying suns. Suns you snuffed out with your bare hands. Of course, everything also just has fluff on it because of the fact that Blitzkrieg lives up here. I mean, he has the whole house to roam, but this is his floor as mine. And Beartails. Yes, Beartails. Who doesn't like a good bear butt? I mean, you know my stance on bears in general. These ones are kind of neat. That's a self-tapping screw, if I recall correctly. It's got this cut in it. It's meant to basically gouge in and scrape material up into this channel to make boring in easier, and then the more material it packs in, the more it sort of locks up, securing it. Bit mixed results in the long term, ultimately. Another tiny Allen wrench just puts you in with the assorted elbow right to the tiny anvil, or tiny vise. Just elbow right into that tiny vise. I really should move it. Washer. I think that's one of the ones that I didn't end up... I think that's actually the one I pulled off of the turntable when I was setting up the counterbalance on it. Self-tapping screw sounds like my love life, am I right? I mean... I wasn't gonna say it. You'll see yourself out. Well, nobody else is taking you out, darling. I could have my big bin of screws and sort this out so I can just drop these all into the right sections, but I need to actually organize my big bin of screws too. Okay. Screw and clip. Legitimately cannot remember what I was hanging up with that. I think it might have been a tapestry I had in front of my game room? Or not game room, computer nook? But I have no real idea. You can see this one, for example, has, if it'll focus, there we go. It has a little bit of wood from door jamb or some other wood source still in the channel. It just pulps up the wood that it goes through and jams it further up the channel so that the material binds up when it's further in, securing it. Computer room, aka RGB closet. You're not wrong. But I did post pictures of my finished bed on Discord. They know the RGB does not stop there. Or at least the LED. Also, I've got the curtain. Let's see here. Can I show that without showing off too much? Yeah, the coily curtain here. Turned on. Which in and of itself is enough light to see by. It also needs dusted because one of my air purifiers is right there, so a couple of the coils catch fluff blown through. And these are just little screws from the Jensen turntable, which turned out to be a flop. It's too new. All the components were on one circuit board. I need to find an older one with a pitch control to be able to get a potentiometer I can free up. I did save the feet, which will be handy if I need to replace the feet on a turntable. Oh. They have locked them. Good. Spy with your little eye, a little cutie. Kels, darling, welcome in. Speaking of cuties, goodness me, your new model for spacefaring looks amazing. The fuse from the Jensen did not actually blow. Yes, Kels here put together a new spacesuit for spaceflight. Let's see here. 1 amp, 250 volts, so it's not a very big fuse, but it didn't blow, so it's still useful. I have a container of fuses. I'll put you over here with these lamps. Important update, apparently I'm no longer cute, I am sexy. I mean, look. That spacesuit is tight and doesn't quite cover everything. And, you know, I already said it, so I'll say it again. Camo panties are not hiding that butt from me. It's a very nice looking model. one of the things I'm a little bit sad about going AR kit on is I still can't find a good way to move AR kit from one model to another, so I'd have to manually redo it, or I should just bite the bullet and buy the freaking program to do the baseline, and then that way I'm only fine-tuning each model. But if I want to make a new model, it's not going to be AR kit rigged. Wow! Fitz has some complaints he wants to voice about the fact he was only given half a thing of food because it was with water. But that was also not long ago, so he needs to deal with it. Suck it up, Buttercup. And what I will do is I will attach that one to this, put it where it normally goes. Have to AR kit eventually. Mouth going crazy from time to time. Well, I mean, if your mouth goes too crazy, I could find another use for it. But, yeah, AR kit rigging, I don't even know how that works on Live2Do. I'm imagining it's probably pretty similar, but and what I'll do is I'll set this, I'll leave this on the table to be sorted out. In fact, I'll put the punch there. Punches. Probably sulking because you shot him for sneaking into Ravi's bowl. That is entirely possible. I am doing well. How are you, Kels, darling? I'm sorry I missed your stream. I will definitely be catching the VOD, though. Your new model is fantastic, and you yourself are precious. Clipper up. So you can go off to the side. I don't need my... There we go. You had a dilemma last night. Oh my. Chips is playing Elite and Terminal is playing Stalker. Both while you were streaming. That's hard. Yeah, that's rough. I think a part of the reason why I didn't stream last night, aside from the fact that my migraine got worse from a nap and not better, was just fucking frustrating. So frustrating. Was that I knew you were going to be streaming, I was wanting to catch you, and then I fucked that up. And then I had a feeling other people would be streaming. Friday's usually pretty busy. You need to set up a box of spare components, because I have a 3-position switch here. And the motor out of the Jensen, which I honestly kind of want to drop into the Crosley, into Bing. Because it feels like this is a stronger motor. But it might also not be the motor, just be that belt. Either way, I've got a couple of... Siri, how to watch 3 friends while streaming. Oh yeah, Finn and Aster were doing their thigh-high cam stream, right. What was the one wearing handcuffs on their wrists? Or on their ankles? Their leg wrists? Oh no, I didn't say which. I said why. Got the A.4 tip for a filament printer. I believe this is here because it needs cleared. Let me... No, it actually looks cleared. Oh, this needs to go back. There, now I'll remember that it goes back. Oh, until I have a parts bin, I'll put you into the miscellaneous things box up here. I've got 2 tapes, which will go over here with my fixatives. Now, why? No idea. Main content. We'll go into parts as well. Oh no, actually, what am I thinking? I've got this organizer over here full of empty. I got over here. Turn the light towards it. It's just a big chest of tiny drawers. That is my... half of it's empty, so I should just be putting small components I find in there. Where's my programmer socks cam? I don't have socks on, so I can't do that. I can't do that, Dave. And then the speakers out of the Jensen, which weren't bad. They're 4 3 watts. They're not particularly strong, but if I cram these into the Victrola, it'll just increase the amount of speakers that I've gotten going, so it should positively impact sound. At the very least, the ones on the Victrola are facing forward, so these can sit on the side, and it will increase the spread of the sound. Kept the grill on them too. Grill's gonna clash with the rest of it, but not too terribly. So this is yet another future project. Incense burner can be pushed back a little bit. Got a big honking drywall anchor that I will put on, there it is, the lid is loose, so I'll put that into my screw container. And then I have a machine belt. The belt from the Jensen, of course. This should go with other turntable stuff. So, what I'll do is I'll open this, drop it in here. I don't know if that'll fit any of the turntables I'm currently running. They all seem to be proprietary. Annoyingly. But if I do that, then it stays put. Got a single paper towel left from that previous roll. Just put the new one on. Gonna make a shelf and put these anchors. I got a bunch of these anchors with the angled reinforcement so that they can hold a good amount of weight. They're quite useful for that. But I'm trying to remember what I was going to build a shelf for. Irrelevant now, because what I need is a shelf underneath QB, my big printer, to hold all of my printer gubbins, which, because I just moved those out of the end table they were in, and I'm using the end table for its intended purpose as an end table by my bed. So that will be a future project as well, but they will go off to the side. I've got 2 more swing mounts here, and another swing mount here, and these will go over here where those were. These are just handy to have in large numbers if you have hammocks. So these are just big old chunky boys that you can hang something from. They hold about 1,000 or 15, like 1250 pounds each. Really, on that point, it's as much whatever you pour it into as far as, what it'll actually hold. This one doesn't pivot like the others I have, but for something like mounting, like yay, to hold something up, like if it doesn't have to go anywhere other than back and forward, perfectly fine. And also strong, because this is less likely to break than the bolt that I had my hammock chair on, which somebody broke and concussed themselves with. Don't know how you put that much force sitting down, but Head still hurts, by the way. That is unfortunate. It was Blitz, right? Yes. Blitz in human form. Well, actually, no. We know somebody who's Blitz in human form. Gray wishes they were that pretty. I wish I was that pretty. Here's that cord I used to fix my bracelet with. It's good for, like, leather stitching. I think that's why I bought it. I've been in it for a while, too. I think it's when I pivoted. Okay, so it wasn't you just sitting down. That's because the maximum amount of force that goes into anything you sit on is when you sit down. Because when your body and body weight and gravity conspire against everything around you. But, and that's my drink empty. So this can go and smack the camera. Always good, right? You'll sit on the trash can for now. Okay. I need to get this stuff off the table long enough to wipe it down so I can put everything back on and we can start sorting through, and I can show you all the cool different types of straight razors I have, including rusty and rustier. And not so rusty, which is an impressive one. So I'm just piling a bunch of straight razors on my laptop that I just bought, my gaming laptop. Ooh, including rusty and open. That's a nice variant right there. That's okay. My backup drink is Cascade Ice Cranberry Pomegranate. I love these. These are very tasty. And the only thing that can be really said about them is 51 milligrams of potassium is literally the only thing that's actually listed there. Sugar, sodium, caffeine, and gluten-free. They are quite tasty, quite good. Actually, not a bad call for the Old Ape, by the way. Now that I think about it, they're about 49 cents each over at the grocery store. The local Winco. Which I need to grab another pack or two next time I go to the local Winco. Or if you have not made the grocery run yet, Gray. Cascade Ice, Sparkling Ice is pretty good. Yeah, I think Cascade Ice is the local variant, but they're both essentially the same concept. Knock my mouse off the table, why don't I? One screw that escaped, but the bowl is still within reach. That sandpapery stuff off here. I am going to put my mouse down low enough to hit my mute because I'm about to run a vacuum. So... Penis, penis, penis. I mean, what? Yes, the working surface is largely clear now. Or largely clean. It's going to get a little sparkling, too, because I'm going to use another wet wipe to clean this off. Got the largely clean paint water. Glue, and this, by the way, has been very handy. It's just a small thing of cutting fluid. I've got a big bottle of cutting fluid, but I don't need the big bottle. I don't squirt cutting fluid onto a running, drill press or anything, but sometimes use a volume of cutting fluid on something that I am drilling into or cutting into. And I'll actually be using that. I'll be testing out the use of cutting fluid as a blade oil alternative. Because blade oil is a purpose-built oil, formulated oil for doing being most optimal for doing the two things that you need to do to maintain a blade when running it across steel, or when running it across stone. One is to keep the blade cool, to keep the carbon, or to keep the temper from being damaged, because if you are going fast and vigorous with your sharpening, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Cutting fluid equal emo juice, not necessarily. Not that type of cutting fluid. But the other thing is that it needs to be able to flush away stray filings that are removed by the stone. And it needs to be able to do that well because if they don't flush away, they'll get clogged into the pores of the stone and reduce its effectiveness. Eventually, it'll get to be just too dirty and just not work. And that would suck. Let's get these back on here, and I'll put you off to the side because you are different. This is what happens when I end up with a volume of money and no particular bills. So, let's sort these out. We're going to sort them into what can be saved on them, if they're just generally restorable, or if they've got a good handle or a good blade, or if they're trash. Like this one, I paid into this, I got this pack because I love this handle. I mean, it's got some nice red coloration through it a bit randomly, which might be unintentional. That's just this twisty, curly, sort of unicorn horn design. But the handle is good. The blade, I would say, is probably good. When looking at a blade, you want to look at a couple of things. One, if there's any cracks in the blade itself, those can develop, but usually those will develop with heavy rust through. If you have rust through, you're pretty much done with the blade anyway, but I'll make sure there are no cracks. There's nothing to indicate any cracks on this. It's all reflective, so the camera's not going to catch it. But you also want to check the edge for deformation. The edge is straight. And then check the back here for even wear and also how bad, because that's going to tell you how much this thing's been, that's going to give you a good example of how much this thing's been sharpened and how well. This is a little bit uneven. Let's see here if we can get that to show. There we go. It's fatter here, thinner there, and fattens out a little bit here. But I think that's because this is not straight. This is a bit sway-backed, if you can see. So I think that's due to the curvature of the blade itself, back of it. So this one's pretty good. The handle's in good shape. There's a chunk taken out here I'm going to try and minimize, but I'm not going to do much to this other than polish it up. There's some rust, and then it's going to require polishing and a sharpening, but otherwise it's fine. Just pull it apart, clean it up, sharpen it, put it back together. So this is fully restorable. So we'll put the restorables back here. Restorables, good handle, good blade. I think that's how I'll do it. So restorables are off camera. This one is... Oh my, this is a bit mixed. I'm curious about this because it's just so chunky. I mean, that's... big, thick blade, like it's heavy. The handle itself technically survived, but there's a lot of damage, so we're probably going to put this into blade section. It looks like the blade's a little serrated, but not badly so. I just bought this as a couple of lots, right? Yes, this was a couple of lots. One was a lot of like 4 or 5, one was a lot of like 28, and then there is a single one I bought before the refi went through. That's in among these. Actually, it doesn't look like that. It looks like that's just rusting on the edge. It doesn't look like it's actually serrated. I don't know why it's got this knock taken out of it. That looks like it was done by hand. Or what might have happened is that might have chipped off somehow. I don't know how the hell you would chip this thick part and not damage the rest of this. But it looks like it was chipped and smoothed out. It might have been a person filed a thumb knock into it so they can get it open easier. As the traditional way is to, use one hand to lever the handle, one hand to lever the blade. But with that knock, you can pop it open. I don't know. Looks like the one for me, thick and kind of shitty. It won't mind being used as a utility knife. Alright, well, if you're not going to use it on your face, then I would probably give you this one, and depending on how well it comes out, because this actually has no... That's what we got going on. This is not hollow ground like a regular straight razor. It's straight up a wedge. Like, that's almost perfect angles. It's hollow ground goes like yay to increase the amount, the drama of the edge, and also decrease the weight. This thing is just a straight wedge, like an axe blade. Yeah, I'll do some research on this. It's hard to date these. It's hard to date straight razors. They're not something that people thought to put like markings on or really research or do a lot of cataloging on, but if it's not something particularly rare and you're not going to use it on your face, I will probably give this one will probably be Grays. Yeah, so where do you take them to dinner? I don't know, I'll have to ask Mac, see where he prefers to take people, Mac the Knife. This one I think is going to be a full restorable. It's going to be close because the handle is fine. It's got some numbers cut into it here. 42028, 4-20-28. So that's what I will do. Is I will probably etch that a little bit better. I'll get a picture of it when I go to restore this one. But etch that better. And just put it in there. Because that's somebody put that in there for a reason. It did not come like that. 420 of 1928 was very important to somebody. Otherwise, it's got a nice pattern to it. It's hard to pick up on camera, but it looks kind of like wood. Everything's hard to pick up on this camera. There we go. It's got that nice wavy pattern to it. This plastic or Bakelite, maybe. Probably celluloid. Celluloid handle. It is a Trump. Made in Solingen, Germany. I should have kept one of those. Oh, I did keep. Just do a little bit of rust cleanup to be able to tell a little bit better. Yeah, Trump blade, made in Solingen, Germany. It's got this nice little pattern here. And once this goes through the rust bucket, this will all come clean, and then it'll be, because this is carbon steel, the surface of it will be black from pulling carbon atoms to the surface a little bit. Because Evaporust will do that. Evaporust basically lightly pulls on stray molecules in the steel, and it can't pull non-metal out. But it'll pull the stray metal out, which is going to be all of the rust. That's how it works, because the rust is already, it's oxidized. That's iron with oxygen in it. And it'll just pull free. So it'll be a lot easier to clean up. And this will turn black, and then by the time I'm done polishing, it'll be polished silver. But all of the detailing is going to stay black. And on this side, it looks like we got a model number. Harktop and Volks, 168 3rd Avenue, NYC. Huh. We have the address of the maker. This one might actually be easier to get details on. Yeah. So I gotta restore this one. Come on. Harktop and Vos, 168 3rd Avenue. I'll do a little research. Now, the blade itself looks good. It's doesn't have any swaying to it. The filing on the back is a little thick, but it's not too bad. And you can see that it's a little thick, so it's been used a lot. This one might be on the edge of what can actually be usable after restoration, but we'll find out. I'm going to restore it though. And I will do a little bit more fancy, or a little bit better etching of 42028 right there. Yeah, that one's a full, easily restorable one. Let's see here. You. Ugh, yeah, no, this is handle only. So, things to look for in a blade. Well, it's that fucking small. Like, by comparison to the first one I ever restored, which is the one it's my daily driver at this point. That has lost a lot of mass. Not gonna say it was as wide, but it's definitely... Apparently it straight up eats nickel. What does? Celluloid or evaporust? But this is very thin. Spine profile on it compared to a normal one is also thin. So it might evaporust? Okay. I'll keep that in mind. So it might be intended to be this thin. So this might actually be resharpenable under normal circumstances, but it's missing this bit here, which would just make it unsafe to restore. If I was really, really good with a welder, what I could do is just fill that in with some weld and then file it down carefully. I'd have to be really good with a welder and a grinder. Or file it down to match the profile of the blade. This one's called the Black Demon. Black Demon. T. Tunin and Sons Company, Boston, Massachusetts. So, you know what I might do? Well... No, because... Not sure if you're seeing that just barely, but the edge is serrated from rusting. So this thing's already going to be losing even more edge when I restore it. I'll keep the blade in the back burner. I won't throw it into my recyc pile necessarily, but I am going to call this one a handle only, because this is not going to be, this blade itself cannot be saved. It's gonna lose at least up to the grind point on it, so it's losing another 1/16 of an inch, or 32nd, which doesn't sound like much, but on something like a straight razor really matters. But this handle itself, it's got some staining and some corrosion on it, or some dirt, but it'll clean up really nice and be a nice yellow handle for something. So if I have a good blade in here with a bad handle, and this in, if it'll fit, looks to be about the right length. It's just a matter of width. It's not chunky enough. I don't think it'll fit. It might. I'll test it, but yeah, with the fact that it's marked and everything, it's called a Black Demon. And that's kind of cool. But this will be a handle for something. Listen, ew. Handle itself looks pretty decent. There's a crack here by this rivet. It goes all the way through, but it's not... It does catch on the fingernail. It has no... It's a two-piece. It doesn't have a third piece, a little wedge here to form the wedge, to flare the handle out. It's just flared on both sides. Like, it's built in. So that thickness, I think I might be able to actually reinforce that. And then I just have to be careful putting it back together. There's some striation here, but it's not too bad. And then the clearness of the handle gets tarnished by being up here where the rust is. I think that'll actually clean up. This will probably look good, in which case this is about the same size. Yeah, I think this would actually be a better replacement for this one. That is a good handle. The blade is... I'll try, but we've got this knock here. And then that chip. So we're already losing a lot of mass off the edge. No cracking that I'm seeing, but this one might not make it, so I'll put it into the handle section. It's not... I'm gonna bet this one's not gonna make it, but it's gonna be another one that I'll put into the Evaporust and then put an edge to, try to thin this edge out, to even it with that. And then if it will actually keep enough of an edge to shave with, then congratulations, it's gonna survive. Otherwise, it's gonna be a nice blade to recycle, and a good handle for chonkers here. Wade and Butcher of Sheffield, England. Neat. But no, I'm going to call this one a handle. Here's another one that's similar to the Black Demon. It looks like... Oh, that's cheap. There's no rivet there, or no pin. It's epoxied together. So it's split. But it does have a wedge. So what I'll do is I'll pop that wedge off there, clean the epoxy off, and then this will get riveted. This will not be a single rivet blade. Handle's in great shape, though. It's got a similar pattern in the handle as the Black Demon. Or it's just straight lines, unlike 420, which is wavy lines. But this is another warranted. Not warranted, warranted. Steel's still pretty hard, which is good. But it's been pretty heavily ground. It's got a pretty heavy flat spot there, and it's not particularly even. So I'm going to cautiously say this is a restore because there's nothing wrong with the blade itself. no chipping or anything, but it's thin. It's been heavily used, so that's probably not one that's going to be able to be kept, but I will say, I'll err on the side, I'm going to be optimistic on this one. This is an H&M Christensen Brockton mess? Brockton mess. Let's see here. You. So, this is a nice handle. You can see what's wrong with the blade. I really don't have to specify on that. But the handle has a small crack there, which is not bad. It's not through, it's on the inside. Crack here, which is not through. Same with here and there. So what I can do is I can probably reinforce those. It's a 3-pin, so it's got a bolster right here to keep the blade from pushing through. It also stabilizes the handle more so that the blade doesn't wobble to one side or another. That's only a bit rusty. Yeah. It's only a bit 90% rust. Let's see if we can pull up some markings on it. Almost make it out. I don't think I can get it clean enough to show on camera without removing it. Maybe the steel brush. Come here, wire brush. There we go. Temperite. Spelled out on the handle here, temperite. It's not going to pick up. Attempt an Ara. Oh. Of course, you're doing this on my shitty microphone. Dirty bear. Ara. Ara. There, I made the attempt.
Darling!
Koyami Nakamura has gifted a sub to Kelly0C.
Damn it, Ko. We were making progress. We were doing things. Yeah, there was a conversation wherein, concept of like a dreaded teddy bear or dready bear came up, and for some reason that got stuck in my head. And I've tried resisting using the term because I wasn't sure. It seems a little bit too untoward. It was a pie crew. Oh, right, it was a pie crew. That seemed a little untoward, but Mdred doesn't seem to mind, and it's stuck in my head. So I have given up on not saying it, because if I don't say it, if I fight it, and it comes up on accident, it's like when somebody says, what's your favorite fruit? Resisting the urge to say Elton John. If you fight it hard enough, it's going to come out sometime. So you might as well just go with it. Made in USA is the other marking. But the handle itself, it looks like it's a nice clear green. It looks like the bolster there can be saved, so that's good. But this blade is fucked, so that is 100% one of them. That's right, it was one of those cute pie crews where you made an animal instead of a cute anime girl. It was a plush. Plush. I just want to know where the Dreddy Bears have their picnic. I'm betting it's in the back lot of the Afterlife, being that they're cyberpunks. Clean up the sandpaper a little bit and get some of the fucking rust off my hands. Good God. Welcome back, Swarmy darling. You're just in time for us to stop all work because Ko wanted to give sub to Kells, which thank you very much, Ko. So this is Kells' pack of Chilling Rain. There is the code if somebody is playing online. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Calling that good. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm gonna say this is dark. Water. We've got a Spheal, which, oh my god, Pokemon Center, by the way, has a trainer size, which is to say life-size Spheal plush. I have been fighting so hard against buying it because it's basically a big blue beanbag chair. And I want it. Because look at this heckin' cutie. Got another Swirlaboy. Got the Galarian Yamcha. Which the Galarian Yamcha is a fighty type instead of a dark type. Brutal Swing, flip a coin. This does 30 more damage. If heads. The cute form Sunny Boy. Sitting on a little log. Basic cute form, cast form, which is one of the yarn ones I mentioned. A shiny cast form, Sunny form. And our rare nice butt. Our rare is a nice rabbit, is the Stage 2 Rabbit Cinderace with a nice butt. Just putting it on display right before, seconds before it kicks your skull clean off your body. Uh, 170 is not bad for a Stage 2 Evolution's hit points. As Pokemon attacks, do 30 more power to your opponent's active Pokemon for each prize card your opponent has taken. Oof! Big oof! And then Fireball Shot, 150 damage. During your next turn, this Pokemon can't attack. So that is hit them and fade. Nice. Got the spooky old cemetery where all the Goth-type Pokemons hang out. You should build a deck. Got a Raboot to make evolving into that one easier, and then Agatha. So thank you, Kells, for this thick, juicy rabbit you gave me. Okay. So this one I've been trying to avoid pulling these, but they are... I have enough of them, I'm going to start pulling them. This is, I was talking about, this is a sculpting or shaping razor. And it's got this double-sided, especially these ones are Durham Duplex design, which is to say they take these Durham Duplex blades. And another juicy rabbit we know, right? And it's got a nice comb that's got slight curvature outward, so you can kind of trace it a little bit better to help with your angling. And like I was saying earlier, just sort of these combs funnel the hair loosely in, where they hit the nice super sharp blade and clip off. It helps clean up stragglers and thins out the face floof. And being a disposable, the handle sections can be made of stainless steel or stain-resistant steel. So these actually survive, or not handle, the blade. So these survive a lot better, so all of these are going to be safe to clean up. But they've almost all got non-functioning razors at this razor blades in them at this point because they are rusty and shitty. Plus trying to find Durham does not make straight razor replaceable blades like this anymore. However, floof. As I mentioned before, there are carpet blades and pet grooming blades, pet grooming thinning combs that these are made for. The pet grooming ones are pretty terrible, apparently, but the carpet ones are pretty good. So I've got a pack of carpet blades coming in. So this goes over here to be put into the recycle pack, so that when I've got enough disposable blades together, I will be able to just heat them up in a crucible, melt them down, and I've got myself some nice carbon steel recycle. But it just simply a blade slides in, and then friction from the thickness there clips it in. Obviously, this all being stain resistant is in good shape. Durham, and then there's the Durham House logo. I'm not sure if it'll show, but they're a UK, an actual noble name, I think. It's not going to show because it's too shiny. Try to remember to get a picture of it. It says Durham Duplex. Made in the USA, despite the fact that it's a co.uk address. US patent May 2807. And foreign countries. So this is a 1907 pattern. The handle's obviously in good shape. Because it's not a true razor, it doesn't have to have the same like flare design and such. So it's a nice flat backing here. It looks like that's actually a 3-piece, but when I get it apart, this section's going to come off, or this side's going to come off. Well, this is going to be a quick like cleanup. I'll probably put the metal sections in the rust with everybody else to get the surface rusting off, because it does have surface rusting. But yeah, these are incredibly useful if you maintain a shorter beard, or if you maintain a beard, I should say. Do something other than just have one and be impressed by how much beard you can have, because you're not me. But I'll count that as a full resto. From brand. From. Way to go as cheap as fucking possible. Holy shit. Like rounded peen there. Mashed flattened peen here. Like that is... I'm not going to say it's the ugliest peen I've seen because, darlings. But that is not in good shape. Like that was very cheaply done. It's folded thin sheet steel. And then what it looks like it'll take is one of those long blades like I was showing earlier. And then this is a hex nut attached to a thumb stud. And I think what it's going to be is, let me see if I can find, there it is, there's the ducky. There's the murder ducks. I think what it's going to be is it slides in, and it's supposed to stay there by friction, which it's a little loose, but it's not bad. But that's just, it stays there, and then when you need to change blades, push, pull. Like, this is the cheapest fucking thing I have seen. I am honestly impressed from. I am impressed by how shitty you can make something. Might try to unscrew... Can I unscrew this without cutting myself? No, it's not gonna unscrew. So this is just gonna be polish it. There's some surface grit. I'm gonna actually redo this pin, flat out. That is a terrible job. Like, this side is not meshed well, but it's at least round. And I think that's the fact. I think this was factory done, and that's just the pin comes round on one side like a rivet. And they put it that way, and then auto hammered it or something, and just mashed the shit out of it. It's made. See, there's the manufacturing stamp where it's made in China, and this is a plastic insert to the steel. So that thumbing it open is not uncomfortable, but it's also cheaper that way. And that's also where the knurling, where your finger stud is, or finger groove is, where you hold it, like that's where the knurling is also plastic. So that's just super shitty. This is a piece of shit. It'll probably outperform a lot of the ones I end up restoring, which is the annoying part. But I will go ahead and put Ducky's blade in this one as a reminder. But this one's actually good to go right now. I hate that. I hate that so much. This is fucking awful. See, this one's stamped metal and a similar design because the thumb section is also the knurling and everything, but it's stamped folded around metal. It has a nice stiff metal comb. It's got engraving here to say Double Duck Hair Shaper. And it's got this nice comb that says Professional Double Duck Hair Shaper. And the comb fits very firmly over, which is how I know it's supposed to be there. And how I know that one's not missing one, because it would not fit if it has a thumb stud. You know what? Let me see. No, it's not going to fit because it's a different design, but let's see here. This is this. Yeah. No, it's just a little bit off tolerance. They probably ended up. This is probably a copy of the Double Duck, honestly. Which the Double Duck is absolutely restorable. Looking forward to it. That one's gonna be fun. But this is not gonna. I'm gonna put it down. But like it just. This is why I'm not gonna trust the From brand for anything, honestly. Like, I've seen them for a couple things related to shaving, like foam and such, I guess. But anything sturdy, I'm not going to trust them with. Let's see, this one was priced at $15 at some point. Some point very long ago, because that just pulled right off. And okay, this is what I'm talking about here. Let's see if I can get it on camera. There we go, right there. You can see there's a chip in the blade, and then there's a crack. That's going to be bad news bears. And again, if I had welding expertise, I could put just a little bit of weld onto that and then file it off, and in the process fill that crack and seal it. As it is, I would have to be careful grinding this down to pass the crack. At which point we're losing a lot of blade, but I will say the blade otherwise looks good. Careful grinding past the crack, yes. Parker and Battersby, 146 West 42nd Street, NYC. Actually, that's going to require the sand. Jinkenstein Twin Works, Solingen, Germany. Solingen's where a lot of these blades come from, period. Usually Swiss or French steel that was rough-shaped and then they were actually ground and finished in Germany, in Solingen, where they still, to this day, have a proud tradition of it. It's got this nice, tight knurling pattern. Like, that's almost like a freaking file right there. It's got a good shape to it. I'm gonna try and save this one. It's going to be one I'm going to make a stronger attempt on, but I'm going to say cautiously that's going to be restorable. This one don't look good. Missing a chunk of the handle there. So I'll help with disassembly. H. Langdon carved into the handle. And it's got 3 specific marks there with... Looks like it's been graffitied a bit, but I can't really tell. I think it's 9H. This is missing 5B. Might have been the secret code to some mobster's lockbox at some point. I think the handle's technically restorable, but it's also been chipped and eaten away here. Like, the end of this looks like driftwood. If it'll fucking capture. Had it for a second. Autofocus sucks. Give me manual focus on a camera. I think this is gonna be possibly... I think this might actually be a neither, because the handle itself needs replacing, because this bit here, I'm losing 1 scale right off the bat. This section's pretty badly busted. This was definitely... This was not used... I'm going to say it. This was not used for straight racing. If so, this was somebody who was very much on the go. This thing looks almost like it got skipped across pavement or something here. Like, that's rough. That's been torn up. Whoever H. Langdon was, they were somebody not to fuck with. I think the blade might be because we got too much flat here. It's been heavily ground. That actually looks like dried blood in there. That might be rust, but it does actually, it's sort of smoother and red in there. You ever run into one that took you a 5-second look at it and said it's not salvageable at all? Yes, a couple of them. This one, the handle's fine. The blade obviously isn't, but the handle's got a couple of cracks, so we're gonna save the handle. But I have gotten one off of eBay before where it's just, it was not properly shipped even. The guy got pissed because I marked him down for that, but like, it was in worse shape than the picture showed. Manufactured Thatcher, Sheffield, I think. It's worn away. There's nothing on this side, but that... Not sure if it can capture, but... I'm not sure if this camera's gonna capture it. Yeah, no, this camera's not gonna get it, but... Oh, there we go. That right in there, right in the groove there. That looks more like dried fluid than it does rust. This might have been a murder weapon. I mean, that right there is pretty fucking dope. I'm gonna put this aside and probably just do a light... No, not even do a light cleanup on it. This is just going on display the way it is. Now my prints are all over it. Yes, if they do a DNA, if they run DNA evidence on that blood, they might find that I killed somebody 80 years ago with it. This I'm just gonna put on display because I fucking love this. Yeah, no, this was something that somebody kept in their pocket, something that saw some serious fucking use. They probably wore it down like a worry stone with a thumb, just waiting to flick it, thumb it open and get to work. God damn. You're going right there. You're special. Then its cousin, another chunky fuck, with 114435 carved into the handle. It's also worn. This is definitely celluloid. It's cracked, but I think I can save that easily enough. Oh my god, that is rusty. A lot of surface rusting here. I don't think we've got any details that are going to be saved. There is a chip taken out back here, but that's not too bad. I'll want to smooth that off. The edge is nice and long, it's fat. There's not a lot of grind on the side to show that it took heavy use. So, this is fully restorable. If this was a murder weapon, then they obviously were a lot better at keeping their shit together than Hadrigan. Yeah, we lost all markings if there were any. This is also one I can practice some techniques on, because it's smooth here. Well, except for the bumps from all the rust. I can add some knurling to it. Nice heavy blade. I think this one will be a good experiment. Let's see here. Oh, another J.A. Heckinson Twin Works of Solingen, but this one, that's not savable, period. So I gotta tell you what, even if you cleaned this blade up, if you left that there, even if you smoothed that out so that it's not serrated like that, that's still gonna catch and that's still gonna fuck you up, which is a shame because this was barely used. Like this was barely ground. Somebody did not maintain this. This is otherwise in great shape. Definitely keeping the handle. Handle looks perfect. Handle just needs cleaning. Goofy's razor. I'm gonna yuck you up, motherfucker. What did I tell you about fucking with Max? So that one was nice and quick. This is another one where we're might save the handle. It's got this chunk missing, but if there's a blade that could use a handle, blade looks pretty thin and flattened here. It's got some pretty heavy flattening. I'll fucking do it again. But it is... Actually, this looks like it was sharpened recently. There's some light rust spotting on the edge, but this looks like somebody attempted to revitalize it. I think I'll try to hone it first. But I think we've lost enough meat on the blade for it to not be good. It's a Paris Beauty German make. L. Holzhauer Sons, Troy, New York. A lot of straight razors you find in the States came through New York. I think if I clean this up, the handle will still be salvageable. Definitely a backup handle for something. But I think, honestly, this is probably... I'll put it into the blade pile for now, but I'm not sure if I'm actually going to be able to keep anything out of this. Well, it does have a separated wedge. So if I have one that's got a broken wedge to it, I can save that. This has got a lot of damage to the handle. Looks like we've got... that striping there is delamination in the celluloid itself. And this is a good track. So that one's probably maybe the blade. This one's good. This one looks good offhand. It's got those same blackened scales that the one refurb I did on stream had that are probably the same brownish scales that when I polish it up will probably turn black because they're galvanized or vulcanized rubber. And then the edge has... the edge looks pretty good. There might be a little deformation right in there because there's rust on both sides, but if so, we're just losing the bevel itself. There's not a lot of back grind. Still got a lot of meat to it. It's an extra fine. And then on this side it says L. Holzhauer's Sons, Troy, New York. So it's another Holzhauer's. Which was what this one was, right? Yeah, L. Holzhauer's. Okay. But yeah, this one, plain and simple, is fully restorable. I don't see any cracking. I am going to round off the tip though, because I know from personal experience that if you keep a sharp tip like that, it can catch you and fuck you up. Ooh, another one that looks good. Just says granite, and we're losing the lettering on that, so I'd have to be careful. Edge looks straight. Not a lot of grind loss. Like, very little flat there. Handle is cheap, but this right here is coming, the wedge is coming out because it's cracked off. Ooh, careful, Fluffy. Yeah, the back end of the wedge is cracked off. So it's opened there at the rivet. So this is exactly why saving the wedge from this one counts. Because that's one piece right into this one to make this fully restorable. It's really just some surface rusting. It's got knurling on the back end. It's very dull. Just closed it on my finger and did nothing. It's got knurling on the back end here that I can just deepen a little bit, and then I could put some knurling on the front here of the file and way too much time. Flat scales with a little bit of rounding to them, not the most comfortable thing in the world, but this was definitely a budget model. But honestly, this looks good. This one's very savable. My goodness. On the handle itself, there's some deformation. It looks like might have gotten hit with some heat or something, or that could just be dirt there. But that'll clean up. Otherwise, it's celluloid. It's got some, you can tell because where it takes damage, it's got a fibrous structure to it. I'm not sure if that's not going to be able to be seen. But the blade is fucked. This is one of the worst blades I've seen that hasn't been destroyed by rust. I mean, look at that. That is wavy. This is why not everybody should do their own fucking edge work. There's a crack near the very bottom, which is a concern. But then that is a very uneven grind. Like, this is a good handle. This is to save the handle. Edgelord, don't do the Edgelord. It says Knox XLL Joseph Allen Sons Sheffield. So it's another Sheffield blade that made it over the pond. No other markings. Good handle though. Another easy peasy one. The handle is folded over. It's molded plastic, it looks like. Yeah, this is absolutely plastic, and it's just a folded over shell. These comb ones, these grooming, shaping ones are gonna be cheap. The blade, I think, looks good. I think this might be from the pack of blades I got in one of the... Because a lot of these had their tombs with them, their boxes, but they were all in terrible shape. I didn't save any of them. But one of them had a pouch it went into, and it had a bunch of replacement blades. So this blade actually looks like it might clean up and be a decent backup, but only if I can't get... I've got a whole bunch of blades inbound, so I have no reason to keep it. Except I'm cheap. Side effect of being poor for so long, as I learned how to re-edge my own fucking razor blades and shit. There's just some dirt on it. It's a Durham duplex, so it's Durham again. And there's some casting marks out. Hazing from casting, it looks like. That'll just polish off real quick. Keep the blade in there, just in case. But yeah, cheaply made, however, incredibly repairable. You chunky boy. This handle is rough. Yeah, this is not going to be a handle I can salvage. It's got a chunk missing there, a chunk missing here. It's been cracked and stoved in here. Cracks along there. Pitting here, and these are not just small pits. These are like something bored in. This looks like it got eaten by something. This is a celluloid handle that has suffered severe degradation. Blade, however, I see a little bit of micro serration there on the edge, which can polish out easily enough, and then some grind, but not much on the back end, so I think this is salvageable. I think this is a good blade. Eric Antenberg, Garanti C. Eskilstuna, Sweden. Or Eskilstuna, Sweden, with a little flourish on it, and then a fishy. So, Swedish steel there. You gonna want to show chat? You want to check camera? Camera. There we go. Plenty of deep detail. I don't think we're going to lose any by polishing this up. Again, nice thin knurling. Or deep knurling, but deep small knurling, almost like a file. I could use this to file my nail. Yeah, this is a nail file on top of being a straight razor right there. No other markings, but also no other damage. Again, all around the tip. But this is definitely a save the blade and fuck the handle. Looks like I'm gonna end up with a surplus of handles, but I'm not really concerned about that. This one swung wide open, so this one needs at least a tightening. Oh, right there. See if we can get the detail on it. You've seen this before when I was doing the resto. There we go. See a little circle in that pin. That's the head has been hammered down over a domed rivet. Or domed washer. Which is the way it typically goes. Darling knurling, indeed. This side, however, doesn't have a washer to it, or anything, so that's why it swung open, is this could actually be pushed, this pin could actually be pushed out, I think. But this handle, it's got some hazing. Oh no, that's just gunk. So that'll clean off. It's a 3-piece. It's got the separated wedge. Either that or the gunk's just built up that badly there. Just kidding. Let's see here. Good amount of grinding here, so I might be a little sus about keeping the edge, but it's a nice fat edge though. Nice wide blade. So I feel confident on this one. Let's see here. I think this is fully restorable. Oh, that came off nice. Made in USA by Case. A lot of surface rust. This is mostly surface rust. It's another Temporite. It's a Temporite 25. Nice. So this is related to this one. But that's going to be saved. This will be easy to take care of. I'm iffy on the blade, only because of the amount of grind on the back, but I bet it'll be fine. Because, I mean, this one, my daily driver, has got a good amount of flattening to it. And you can see that's a nice, thick flattening. But it's fine. It's got a nice, wide, broad blade to it still. And there's not much difference. Good old Simon. So yeah, that one's great. Oh my god, look at that shit. That is thick. This thing's dummy thick. It's got 2 marks in it and then a crossover. Where did I see? Oh! No, that's just 3 marks. Okay. So it's not relating to Hattergan. But this says 2 and then a crossover. 01 M. Can't say beyond that. Yeah, I can't really make it out, but it's a 3-piece. But look at this chunky boy. Like, this is thick. That is thick. Unfortunately, well, it might not be too bad. It's on the end, so as long as we're not using the very back, the very tip of the blade, it's not a big issue, and it's not a lot of chipping. Just use it as a club. Basically, yeah. Let's see if we can get that to focus. There we go. It's got a little chipping, but it's just on the very end. If I actually just make this a bit more dramatic of a sweep, I can clear that up. There's no other edge loss. It's... oh, God. This was somebody... I mean, this almost looks like somebody tried to replace their straight razor with something they hand-forged. This might have actually been made by hand by somebody. Because that's been filed down by hand very roughly. Dramatic? You never. Darling. Ding. Yeah, that's... you can tell because it's... so it's swept in, so it's been filed harder over here. And you don't get that from a machine. This was filed by hand, shaped by hand. And then this knurling is barely existent. And it is obviously done by hand. This... I think somebody made this by hand. I think somebody made this themselves. You would not get the kind of rounding like this from a machine. You would not get the really piss poor work on it, honestly. But this is 100% savable, and it's a big, chunky beast. I honestly think this might be a better one for gray. Yeah, a friend who makes knives and stuff. Wonder if he's ever made a straight razor. You know, straight razors are a bitch to make. Oh my god. Yeah, that's not balanced. That is... So I put it in, folded it up, and it's touching this side with the edge, but not that side, nowhere near that side. When I looked at it, not sure if it'll show, but you can see it's not balanced. This is all done by hand. And that is uneven as fuck. I'll put an edge on it and see, but I think this will still work just fine. This was absolutely done by... Someone did this by hand. In fact, there's a swelling here where the rivet point is. I'm betting what they did was they drifted the hole for the pin, which pushed the metal out. God, this one's gonna be difficult because of all the work I had to finish on it, but this is 100% restorable. That's a chunky fucking monster. Goodness me. I'm gonna take a sec to check my messages. Got a lot of pings here. Okay. And Swarmy, as far as pricing goes, like, I honestly would just ship it, whatever the shipping cost would be, honestly. My joy is in cleaning up and restoring and making sure it gets good use. If you want to throw something at me afterwards, that's fine, but if you want to just pay for shipping, I'm cool with that. Figure it out when we get these sorted out. There are a couple there that I'm absolutely going to keep. Like, I'm sorry, but you are not getting the unicorn. This one is mine. But I'll get them sorted into which ones I think will be able to make it, and then pick one out, and I'll do it first, I guess. See, this is a great design. It's rounded. Started to see this later on, because in design, you're not going to cut yourself as easily. It's nice and rounded. It's easy to work. There's not a lot of stock loss on the back, so it wasn't overground. Blade's a little thin, but not too bad. Definitely throw some your way. Didn't want to be rude and ask on stream, so I figured DM would be better. No, that's cool. We'll work out the details, but like I said, my love is in restoring them. I mean, I should, like, restore and sell, probably. But people who know me know that I have a tendency to put my heart and soul into a project and get it completed, and that is great, and it's done and everything, and somebody looks at it and goes, hey, that's really cool. And I go, yeah, you want it? I'm done. I don't know why. Yeah, we can work out details. Says Geneva Cutlery Corp, Geneva, USA, and has a pyramid number 7. This song, is this still... Yep, still Stream Beats. The project is what I go for. The end result, so long as it gets used or appreciated, is what matters. If I'm not gonna appreciate it, that's good. Like, I love my CMON. It has no knurling, but doesn't really need it. It's got this nice hammer-struck pattern to it, good sharp lettering and everything. It looks great, and it's a good broad blade with plenty of years left in it. If I, make sure it's fucking clean. Seeing more spots of rust, I might actually do a quick resto on this. Pop the pin and just polish the blade up a little bit. It did have like undercutting here from machining. Like this was rougher, but it wasn't knurling. There's just the slightest bit of that. Yeah, the handle on it's beautiful. Like this was, I'm so glad the celluloid on this was in good shape. It's got this nice brass bolstering, or rotating perhaps. And then the inlay there. I appreciate this one, I love it, and I use it. This is my daily driver. I had one that was a brand new, I got it in like 08. It was a new manufacturer, very hipstery because it still said East Germany, but I know it wasn't East Germany because it said new and was on Amazon. So, I mean, if it was made in East Germany, they would be selling on eBay for twice as much. But I had one that I bought new that got me into using a straight razor, but I gave that to a friend because he was curious, and it was the one I had spare, so I'm like, yeah, here. Told him the basics, stropped it up for him. Unfortunately, that dumbass is easily distracted, so he's never used the motherfucker, but this one, the handle's in great shape. It is filthy. Like the blade, thickness is comparable to CMON, but it's quite a bit shorter. So I don't know how it's going to be when I edge it, but I'm going to say with no damage, no deformities, just a heavy grind. I'm going to say this is fully restorable. This will be easy, actually. Oh. Alright. Couple more of these. It's a WEC Hair Shaper. And I will say this is slightly better than the From on the basis that the From is chromed stamped metal. This at least is nice, like, let's see if we can get it to show, but it's got like a nice textured brass to it. There we go. I'll actually have a harder time cleaning this up if I need to do anything to the brass, but I don't think I need to. That's another basic hair shaper. Uses a slip over. Let me see if this one will fit. No. No, this one was not a hair shaper. This is just a cheap piece of shit razor. Another hair shaper though, it takes the long blades. I will go ahead and put this one off to the side. It's rusty, don't want to risk it. I've got new ones coming in. Those are easy to find. And again, it's folded over metal with a metal bolster, or metal back tail and knurling. So already better quality. It's not the Ducky, but it's basically the same pattern as Ducky. It's a WEC Hair Shaper, just says WEC Hair Shaper everywhere. Registered. We're skipping this song. I don't like this song. Dismiss. I don't like this one either, but it's not as bad. This one's, yeah, obviously restorable. Just pop the pin and make sure everything's clean. Replace the pin, or honestly, I could probably... I don't think I even need to pop the pin on this one. This is just clean it. This just needs a cleaning. So, I mean, anybody looking for a shaper also, I'm gonna have a surplus of those, because this is another WEC shaper. Another blade. And this one looks good too. It's This one's actually a little cleaner. No particular marring or marking to the brass. So yeah, those are going to be easy. Get those done on stream. Oh, a hail hydration. And a big stretch. On shrimp. But shrimp tasty. Yeah, Cascade. Cascade red. I should not drink fizzy drinks on stream because I'm gonna burp, but eh. Thank you, Dread Darling. Let's see here. Do I have any more shapers to go through? It looks like I have one more shaper. Shaper's Last Chancers. Another one that's gonna be... This one I might pull to clean properly, but I actually don't think I'll have to... I don't think I'll have to pull the pins on any of these shapers. This one, actually, I know this one, I believe... Or no, that one's over there. Yeah, this one is one that I had from a blade from the pack of vintage blades, which I'll keep and I'll use just because. I'll just put them in to store. And it's another Durham duplex. These have a nice design. It's got this nice little thumb stud right there. So thumb stud is well behind the blade, and it's just pop. It's right there. Pop. All comes apart. Goes back together. The spacing is just far enough apart that you can't pull directly up. The hollow nature of this break here, or this stamping here, means you gotta drop it in so it's gonna be stable when you go and slide it in. And you just push from the back here. So I'll have a surplus of shapers. So anybody who's looking for a shaping razor for maintaining a certain depth of beard, or maintaining a certain like shavenness of it, let me know. Let's see here. The handle on this looks good. It's flat, much like this yellow one. So again, it's not super... No, that one's not going to make it. That chunk out of there is Sayonara. Oh, and let's see if I can get it to capture. There we go. You can just barely see it, but there's a hairline crack there that's through. Just to the, on your guys' side right of the shippy. That is through the blade. So by the time you get past that, there's just no blade left. And this is another Henkit Twinworks Sulingen blade. Actually kind of iffy on those blades now at this point. Yeah, it's asking for trouble. Even if you were to ignore that, find the chip is comfortable to ignore. The crack, that's gonna catch. And no, you're not gonna want to ignore that chip either. You want to grind past that. So this is losing... So it looks like the crack goes to here. So you're losing that much off the blade. Again, if I was better with welding, if I knew how to use a welder properly, I could settle that nice and flat, like right there, it's flat. And just run a welder over it real quick on both sides. And then grind off the weld material, and just heating it to that point with the welder is going to fill in that crack. And then it's just the chip. And with the chip, we're losing a lot of blade, but we're not losing as much. Please no welder in the shop, Fluff. Welder is in the garage. I would not run the welder upstairs. Go! I'm glad somebody's actually getting use out of those. I'm starting to feel a little self-conscious, not gonna lie. You know what? No, I'm gonna go BRB here for a sec because I need to go use the facilities. So, we'll BRB, and then I will sing Barrett's Privateers. So, be right back. I'm gonna run some ads here for the like one person who's not added or not subbed. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see here. Let's get us back to live. And let's fucking go. Try to save with large crowds. Don't want to make me feel self-conscious. Honestly, I was a little more concerned that people weren't wanting to, that it was just sort of a lame gimmick. But there's that pack of racers, by the way. But like, nobody wanted to use it after they figured out what the songs were, but it's all good. I wouldn't have them there if I didn't want to do them. Kohime, yeah. So, good thing is I don't have to find a karaoke version of this because there's no instrumentals. It's... Oh, the year was 1778, how I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. A letter of marque came from the king to the scummiest vessel I'd ever seen, goddamn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold, we'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. Oh, Elcid Barrett pride the town, how I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. For 20 brave men, all fishermen, who would make for him the Antelope's crew, goddamn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold, we'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. Oh, Elcid Barrett pride the town, how I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. For 20 brave men, all fishermen, who would make for him the Antelope's crew, goddamn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold, we'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. On the king's birthday we put to sea, how I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. We were 91 days to Montego Bay, pumping like madmen all the way, goddamn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold, we'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. On the 95th day we sailed again, how I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. When a great big Yankee hauled in sight, with our cracked 4-pounders we made to fight, goddamn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold, we'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. Oh, the Yankee lay low down with gold, how I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. She was broad and fat and loose in stays, but to catch her took the Antelope 2 whole days, goddamn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold, we'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. While length we stood 2 cables away, how I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. Our cracked 4-pounders made an awful din, but with one fat ball the Yanks stove us in, goddamn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold, we'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. Oh, the antelope shook and pitched on her side, how I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. Barrett was smashed like a bowl of eggs, and the main truck carried off both my legs, goddamn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last to bear its privateers. Now here I lay in my 23rd year. I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. It's been 6 years since we sailed away, and I just made Halifax yesterday, goddamn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold, we'd fire no guns, shed no tears. Now I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier, the last of Barrett's privateers. There you go, love. Now back to professional music. Oh shit, we're down to 2, aren't we? And then this is just the little cardboard packet of mostly in good shape. Like reliquary grade. Okay, that one's not. Down to 1 on the cardstock. So I think there's a shaper that was here missing it. That was a boop. Is a boop like a Canadian bop? I'm glad you enjoyed it either way. I'll set you off to the side then. Alright, so we got 2 left. And this one is... Ooh, this is unique. It's got 2... Oh! Cheeky breaky! Not sure if you can really tell, but there were inserts in this handle. It's not going to show up on camera for shit. Because getting the light in there... Kinda see it there. English good, I swear. I'm sure you do, darling. I'm sure you do. Yeah, what I'm seeing is there's some fluff. It looks like it probably had felt inserts. Like just squares of felt that were held in by pins. Or something else. I'll find out more when I get it apart. That pin's still partly there. It's 3 out of 4 holes are cleared. So that when the blade went in, it didn't beat things up. That's rare. The blade itself, that is a massive amount of grinding on it. Like that is dummy thick amount of grinding. So this blade, I'll try to edge it, but it's like it's not even like it's thinner this way here than it is here, so it's not even ground evenly. But it's not by a lot. I'll give it the old heave-ho, give it a try. It looks like it's gotten scuffed and he's just worn it down or scuffed it with sandpaper. This might have been an earlier attempted resto, but this one has potential, folks. And yes, as a Stan Rogers song, that one is actually a boop. There's nothing more Canadian than Stan Rogers. New England Razor Company, Boston. Not sure if that'll show with this camera. Relatively well. Good knurling, nice deep knurling. Nothing on this side. But this has definitely been, this has seen some heavy use, but I'm gonna go ahead and be hopeful and put that into the restorable pile. Which leaves us with our last one. This is another flat-handled one. That's plastic right there. That's not even... This is barely damaged. This looks like it was more fucked up by somebody trying to sharpen it? Maybe? It's a liter. And then it's... Ooh, interesting. Lee Manufacturing, Chicago. We got one outside of New York and Boston. I might end up having to keep this one, being that it's an Illinois native as well. Blade looks good. There's not a lot of flattening. So it was edged respectfully, or fairly so. Need to round the tip. Nice deep knurling. Actually, the knurling's a little flat. Looks like it was cut that way. Because it's deeper on this side, shallower on this side, and there's a bit there that's flattened. I'm not sure if that'll show up. The things this camera will capture and won't capture. There we go. Kinda see it. Mostly in the fact that there's not... You can see where the light's not picking up on the edge of the knurling, because it's just flattened out. So that'll be fun to restore, the knurling on. Otherwise, there's very little surface tarnish. It's not, I wouldn't even call it rust necessarily, but... Looks like stamped in letters instead of etched. This one's probably newer manufacture because it's definitely plastic handle instead of celluloid. That's a 3-piece. Nice contrast wedge too, which is nice. Black with a creamy beige wedge. Yeah, this one will just be polish up, really. That'll be fucking easy. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 with the murder weapon, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32 straight razors here between shapers and razors. 30 freaking 2. One is being kept and not touched because it's obviously a murder weapon. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 that are not going to be a problem cleaning up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's nice and even. So we basically lost 6. Because 6 blades yeah, 6 handles that are good, 6 blades that look good. There's a couple in there that might be iffy, so we might lose a couple more, but we lost 6, so we're at 26, 25 total that can be restored. One that's a murder weapon that's going to be just prominently displayed, and I will absolutely call it as such, because that... Mr. Landon, you did not clean your murder weapon. Like, this is obviously something you've killed somebody with. Like, that's fucking brilliant. So 25 razors with... let's see here. That one's just a standard razor, but that's, you know, shitty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5, 6. So I'll have 19 standard razors, 6 thinning shears, 7, because there's one over there. I forgot. I did actually just put one of the blades from that pack in one of them and used it earlier today. And it's sitting over there as drying. It's fully restorable because it's another thinning razor. The only thing is it's got a cardboard handle. So if I end up with a spare handle somewhere along the lines, or if I have one around, I think I used my spare on my last resto. I might replace it, but otherwise I think I'll just seal it instead. And actually imagine actually having a blade there that was actually used as a murder weapon. I genuinely believe this one has blood on it. Like this one there. Like, this staining here, and then it's pooled up in the cut there. In the bevel. Mr. H. Langdon. I need to see if I could do some research, see if we found, you know, the inspiration from Mac the Knife or something. Because this thing... I really genuinely think this was used in a murder. Or something. So I'll end up with a surplus of 19 and 6. A shaping blade for myself. So I'll have plenty of work here, and either murder or the alternative. Could have been somebody's committing Sudoku, yeah. I'll probably end up with 17, because I'm keeping the unicorn, I'm keeping the one from Chicago. Flat out. Those I'm keeping for myself. Yeah, I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Let me see here. Plastic bags. I'm gonna bag these up by group. They are up high, where normally if I'm standing in or around my workshop, I can get to them easily. You called dibs on the chonker. Well, we've got 2 chonkers, and I know, eek! Gray wanted one of them. So, I will gladly give you the better of the 2 chonkers that come out of this. Oh, you're talking specifically the forged one here, aren't you? If this one cleans up well enough that I feel confident giving it to you, absolutely. It's still a little bit on, you know, the project's not done until it's done. Blade's not finished till it's finished, but I do feel pretty confident that one can come out of it. It might end up thinned out a little bit, but mostly just to make it symmetrical. Love the idea of a hand-forged blade. Yeah, that's what I started blacksmithing for back in the day. God, it doesn't even fit. Like, this is a sandwich bag. Like, all those fit just fine. This thing's diagonal in it. Chonkers is diagonal. Let me actually pull Chonkers, because I'll work on that one first, since that's the one you're calling. You're the Chicago, so no, we'll bag the rest. Yeah, so for example, Chicago one fits flat. Chonkers does not. That one's almost as chonky. Let's see if we can get the rest of these in here. Might be more than one bag. Actually, I should have put Chicago and Unicorn in a separate container. But that's fine. Because those are the ones I'm unequivocally keeping, but, like, don't try to do them all at once and you end up with them opening up, and then that's how you get tetanus and die. That's how you die on stream, folks. Yeah, if that one ends up working out well, cleaning up good and being usable, that one will go to you. I am perfectly fine with that. I will not know. I just said it, I will not know until it's done, but... And we've got... Let's actually mark these 2 bags. These are handles. Definitely doing an unboxing for that one. Cool, I'll have to leave a note in it then. And you know where I pulled these bags from is, let's see here, whoop! I've got right there, hung up on the angle of my wall, are a couple of 3D printed, like, they're supposed to be for tissue boxes, but one of them holds rubber gloves and one holds baggies. Also, there's a clock that has not worked for years because I stuck it to the wall and cannot change the battery. It's also kind of shitty anyway. Whip! It came with the house though, so, you know, I'm not expecting much. Okay, handles. Should probably be more careful with these because half the blades are rusty and probably still sharp and extremely dangerous at that point. Like, until it's properly cleaned and well maintained, they're probably more dangerous in this condition. Because, well, CMON there, you can absolutely slash yourself open with effortlessly. You aren't going to die of tetanus. You aren't going to slowly suffer a full-bodied Charlie horse. Or whatever the hell is on these blades. Might be some old-timey disease on one of these from blood. Accidental blood on the blade. And then this is blades. There's only like 1 or 2 that were kind of on the fence about whether or not they're survivable in general. But there was enough about something on them to give them a shot. Told my GF. That's getting a straight razor, and her immediate reaction is, and I quote, "What?" They are a... You know, the biggest reason why disposable razors came to be was because straight razors were considered a criminal weapon. And then they're all... like, it was just one of those things that people cracked down on, sort of like how 22s became a gang weapon in the 70s. And there's, of course, always some truth to that, but not a lot. But also, they're just expensive, so most people didn't own one. They went to a barber and got shaved. And then disposable blades came out with this kind of design to them. And it suddenly became very inexpensive to be shaved at home. Probably by yourself, possibly by your trad wife. No idea, not gonna judge. But they aren't the same. They aren't at all close. Like, I will admit, having got this from the dollar store, I've used it a couple of times myself. Just when I need to do a quick thinning of what's grown so far, just to redo the edges. This is a shitty handle. But even with a good blade, these aren't particularly good. Yeah. Straight razors require specialized maintenance. Not too bad, but still. And they require a little bit more knowledge of how to use them. Again, not too bad. It's a skill you have to develop as opposed to this, which you get shown how to use by your dad once, or, more increasingly watch a YouTube video. And that's pretty much it. Just straight, keep it straight, downward strokes, don't slide. Use a lubricant, use freaking shaving foam or shaving soap or something, you heathen. Don't just go dry skin. But the replacement blades on these are usually so thin, especially the dollar store ones, they're usually so thin and cheap that they will flex and bend, and that'll catch and that'll cut. You don't get that with a straight razor. You get a cut with a straight razor if you press down too hard at too sharp of an angle, or if you draw. If you draw it across yourself, congratulations, you've just opened your throat up like an idiot. But this thing does have its purpose, of course. Your dad told you how to use a razor? No. Actually, my dad had a beard, and he thought has a beard, and thought at the time shaving was the height of shame. But, in theory, your dad is supposed to teach you how to use a normal shaving razor. This is just so... These are dollar store as fuck. Like, that versus... that. You are not the same. Need to avoid... I tend to avoid face stuff, just need the blade in my hide. But no, in theory, your dad teaches you how to use a razor. At least if you're assigned male. If you're raised male, then that's generally the case, but not... My dad was actually kind of bad at teaching shit. It was all stuff that he either assumed we would learn, or somebody would teach, and then when he was made painfully clear it was supposed to have been his fucking job as the one raising the child, it was always, well, I didn't have anybody show me. It's like, cool. That means that you're doing as shitty of a job as, your parents did. Great work. Anyway. Used to have to shave every day. Your uncle showed you because your dad used an electric. I do not like electrics. They feel like they pull too much. Dad was like, I use an electric one, you should use one as well. He was also a professional teacher. Yeah, that's the weird part is... Gray, you learned how to drive from him too. You can tell that fucking story just as well as I can tell my experience with it. For a professional teacher, a award-winning and admittedly fantastic teacher, he sucked ass at teaching shit. Number of times I heard some criticism about my driving when he was teaching me how to drive, and then I asked, well, what am I supposed to do? And he heard, I don't know, I'm just naturally a good driver. I'm just a good driver. Just do it. Yeah, the rotating blades, they supposedly cut, and I imagine if you keep the rotors in good shape and clean, they do. But they mostly feel like they're just pulling for me, so fuck it. Look, if I'm getting my hair pulled, it's not going to be while there's something sharp at my throat. Well, no, actually that kind of sounds hot too. Let me back that up. My pants won't be on. For certain. We know that. Yeah, this one, I'm going to fix the handle. So it just pulls right free, as I've shown a couple of times. And then There's a few sharp edges I'm just going to round off. And then on this side, I think it's cast. Yeah, this side you can see where it's cast and has the hazing from casting. So I'm just going to clean that up. Only thing I hate with shaving is you get razor burn real bad. Yeah, if you maintain a beard and don't shave frequently, or if you have sensitive skin, you will absolutely get razor burn, but it's a lot less with a sharp straight razor, because if it's sharp, that's a big factor. Because if it's sharp enough, you're only going over that area once, maybe twice. Maybe 3 times. With me, because I've got like this neck that isn't really one, going over that section 3 times, the fewer passes, the better. So because each time you make a pass is where you run the risk of taking a little bit of the surface layer of your skin off, and that works with any sharp object you're using. Period. Straight razor, you keep them nice and sharp. You have to. Period. You will have a whole lot less of that. I also recommend, and this is something that I've started doing recently, but a pre-shave oil and a post-shave balm. Not an aftershave. Aftershaves are usually made with alcohol and are basically just a perfume. But a post-shave balm or lotion. And I also recommend the smoothest shave you can get, and this I heard from Snuffy and a couple other gals. Exfoliate first. So in the shower, exfoliate your face. That's going to clean up your pores. You're going to have nice, smooth, soft skin to work with. And it's also going to take a couple of some of the looser hairs with it anyway. So it's a little less to shave to begin with. But if you exfoliate your face before you shave, you hop out of the shower and you shave, or you shower and you shave in the shower. I used to shave in the shower, I now shave afterwards. So I have time to put just a little bit of oil on my face from beard oil. Apply the beard oil, whip up your foam with your soap and brush, apply that. Perfect. Nice and smooth. Just amazing cutting. No razor burn. I can get razor burn pretty easily myself. This thing burns the hell out of me. Like if this thing burnt me anymore, I'd swear it's made of blessed silver or something. But that's my recommendation. Sandpaper and a rusty razor. That's what you use, Sonny. Real men pull the hair out one by one with needle nose pliers. Back in my day. Okay, let's set something on fire. So I was going to work on projects other than getting this table clear to actually work on projects. What I want to do is going to torch this and then brush it. So it's going to end up... do I have a good example of that? I'm sure I do. So a lighter brush pattern, burn-in brush pattern looks like this, where there's just a little bit of grain, but it's mostly just patterns and patches. And this is a lot prettier in person. And it's nice and smooth, and I made sure this one was nice and smooth because this chasing hammer is the one that I'm going to be using the most, because this is what I set pins with. And then on the more extreme is the claw hammer, which you can see has some striation to it. It gives it better grip, but it is more prone to have hot spots to it. I actually pull most hairs out now. Shaving is not preferred. But still has that nice pattern difference. Here's where the torch was held too long on one spot, but it actually looks good. It catches and accentuates the grain of the wood. And of course with wipe-on poly, especially if you do the last layer a little bit thin, it comes out looking really nice. That's what I'm going to do to this blade. Probably more towards the chasing hammer than the claw hammer, but that's my plan. Where were you hanging? Where were you hanging? You were over here. Get up there. Go back home. Don't you want to go to your home? Eh. Your hunting knife is where it's at. Back to work, only 6 hours left. Congratulations. Enjoy those last 6 hours. I may they go as quickly as possible. Normally I'd use a larger torch, but my larger torch is out of commission. So I'm just using a small one and going area by area. Gee, I wonder why I have my smoke detector unplugged. My experience with this isn't as much as Gray's, but I generally like it when there's a bit of charcoaling to the surface, so more than just blackening, because that'll allow it to develop more of those contrast lines. Yeah, right there, as Gray says, the longer you torch, the more the grain comes out. Switch hands, because that one's getting tired holding the button down. Yes, there's a lock on this. Yes, you guys can see the lock. I don't like using locks on things with fire. I believe if you can't control your fire enough to hold the thing in place, you should not be using it. This fire is not something to fuck around with. It's an invaluable tool. But you should respect it for what it is. Go light around any carved details. Yeah, the only details are the wings here, which should pick up just fine. If not, I can recarve those a bit. The wings would serve as a nice contrast, actually, at that point. You're dumb, Fluff. That hot? Yes, of course that's hot. Fluff, what you thinking? This handle's epoxied on, so I can't remove the wood part entirely. But I do know this nut comes off. Now I can torch underneath the nut. Oh! Actually, the heat's just undone the epoxy. Fuck it. I will re-epoxy that shit, and I'll do it better, because that's not a lot of epoxy. Not at all. Nice. Feathers. Free and can fly from its wooden prison. It's probably CA glue. Heat kills the bond fast. Oh, yeah. I would not be surprised if they used Uberglau. For $40, this thing's kind of cheap. Okay, let that cool for a sec, because it doesn't have to be hot to brush it. No, this is too soft. This is definitely just epoxy. And yeah, there's a little bit of tarnish where you can see where water did not get out of it, because it was not properly epoxied. Wasn't epoxied shut. Wasn't cleared. Sealed. Probably covering up the fact that this is a welded on screw. Not particularly well, either. I mean, fucking hot glue would be better. At least with the volume of glue they used. I actually think this might actually be hot glue. Not gonna lie. Not even a great welding job, honestly. It's a little gloppy there. But then this side just has like piece of hex nut or something there. That's cheap. That is cheap. Sagittarius. Ah. This was put on before the weld. That's funny. Okay. And let's actually do... Yeah, let's do this as a coarser brush. Don't want to do too heavy, so I'm not going to press down and scrub, but... still quite hot, of course. This is a bit awkward because it's kind of a small surface. Let me try the nail brush. This tends to leave less of the grain pattern like on the claw hammer. Because it's a smaller brush with finer bristles. Rip your computer vents. Right? Look, man, it's supposed to be used as a second box for 2-box streaming, as the encoding box, and for doing work in the workshop. If it can't handle a little bit of ash in it, it's not going to survive well as a workshop computer. That is still warm. And it's still quite hot near the eagle head. Nice hot tip. Nothing wrong with that, I guess. Yeah, it's picking up some of the grain, but not a lot, because it's a smaller brush. The main thing to me is that it's darkening. It's like, yeah, I could just use a dark stain, I guess, but that actually, I have, I'm not sure if I have a sensitivity to it or if just things off gas heavily bother me. But A, I'm inside, upstairs. I've got filters null, but I'm not going to push them that fucking hard. And B, I don't know, I'm iffy on using stains in general. Just because, like, if you want dark wood, use dark wood. Kinda look like you lost a fight with a toner cartridge. They have seen... My hands have looked worse on stream. They were pretty rough after each polishing of the straight razor I restored, which I'll probably be doing more straight razor resto on stream, I guarantee you that. Got plenty of material. Not all of them by any means. But, and then, sharpening stream, all of the mud and blade dust just got everywhere. This is still hot to the touch. Trying to get a little more grain into it, but not much. See, the bigger brush with the heavier brush, or heavier bristles that are further apart, will leave heavier grain. I like to do the brushing inside a garbage can because superfine carbon dust everywhere. Eh. It's muted the wings a little bit, but not bad, and the grain is more pronounced, but also not bad. Honestly, I think I'll probably stop here and not do a second or third burn. Maybe a little bit more brushing here and there, give it some clearer patches. A little bit of that heterogeneity. Actually, yeah, try to clear the patches on the wings, actually. Which I went fairly light on the wings, so they should be more pronounced after this. Little bit like I lost a fight with the toner cartridge. Not too bad though. I didn't do a deep burn on this. I didn't see any flare-ups on the wood itself, for example. So it's not too bad, and the table doesn't look that bad either. Tables looked a hell of a lot worse. Tell you what. Okay, got that clear. Okay, brush up. Take some of the surface oxide off. And then brush up. You were there. That's right, you share space with the foam cutter that I basically never use. Okay. Hands are clean, taking a drink. And then I'll fill the handle with epoxy again. And then just make sure it fits down. It will. Just I'll have to heat it a little bit to get past the epoxy that's there. Or just shove something through it like I just did. Yep, still fits together all nice and tight. So fill the handle with epoxy, get it pushed together, screwed down, and then put a little bit into each of these sides here. Don't let the glue set. Capital J genius. We'll let that set and cool off for a little bit, and dry admittedly because I just moistened it a touch. Picking at this all day, I'll just use the proper technology on it later. Next project here real quick, just to finish some stuff up. We got sheet magnet, we've got pony, going to make a pony sheet magnet. Did most of the work already, but the simple part is just get it on your piece of sheet magnet and either draw it out or trace around with an X-Acto. Get a rough piece. I tried to get as conservative a piece as possible. Here I kind of went a little bit overboard over here, but that was just not paying attention. And I do that just to conserve resources, because it's not like this stuff's expensive, but I'm really used to having to reuse shit as much as possible. I'm being poor as fuck as a kid. Still, it's hard to put that aside sometimes and be all like, I can really actually afford to just replace this. I should just toss this. I should actually buy shelving instead of... Oh god, no. Easy. Do not stretch the pony. Now, I should buy shelving instead of just making it out of milk crates and cardboard and shit. I can afford to go to IKEA. I make that IKEA cash. Oh, no. Okay. Each time you do it wrong, it costs you more and more. Because it's harder to line it up again. I just fucked up again. Oh, this was the right size a moment ago. This is going fantastic. There we go. Got her down. This is easy. This is stupid easy. Look at my bag of reclaimed Ziploc and zip ties. Yeah, I don't reclaim zip ties, but Ziplocs, yeah. I can't say too much ultimately, because, you know, y'all saw my freaking Magna thing of screws. Unfortunately, because this went down multiple times, there's a bit of stretching and distortion. It didn't go down evenly, and there's some stuff on here now, so there's a couple of bubbles, and the best way to deal with those is to just take a nice sharp pokey thing and poke a small hole in them, preferably as far away from the color of the graphic as possible, and then just work the air out. But sometimes you end up with air bubbles. It does happen. In this case, the material was actually pretty durable. I was expecting a lot worse from this stuff. But the adhesive to adhesive contact, which is normally what you want, don't get me wrong, it was very, very strong. And with this one, it's a little bit harder because it's a transparent backgrounded sticker. I should just take Sharp Thing and trace around. I usually do one curving cut at a time and clear multiple small pieces. This is also why I have such a big backboard for cutting. And like you can see where shine isn't, there's a little bit of an edge there, but you gotta go. Okie doke. Thank you so much for being here, Dread. It was good having you here. It's not just a pony, it's Twilight Sparkle. It is Princess Book Pony. I am a big fan of Princess Book Pony as far as the main six goes. I am a Luna fan overall, but big part of that is I just don't like breaking up the main six. Like, story-wise, they were solid. Like, they were they're one thing, basically. They started telling stories more and more with just one or two at a time, but really there's a reason why they are the main six, you know? Breaking them up means basically breaking up the concept behind the show. I don't like doing that. But if I had to choose one of the main six, I would probably say Princess Bookhorse is my favorite. Fluttershy is pretty awesome. Fluttershy puts out like big Emoto vibes though, like little sister horse must protect. You know, Bookhorse would fuck somebody up. You wouldn't have to protect her. She's not like Apple Bud or Rainbow Dash. Flappy Rainbow, who would just be looking for a fight. You know, those are the types that would get absolutely trashed in some dive bar and wait for somebody to make the wrong move on them and then just absolutely clear house. Like, not just fuck up that guy, but start a goddamn bar fight. Little sister horse sometimes need protect, sometimes will attack. Yeah, like, if you piss off Fluttershy to the point where you're not to where they're handling things themselves, you're dead. Like, you aren't stepping up and you know, protecting Fluttershy for the sake of Fluttershy. You're protecting Fluttershy for the sake of everybody around Fluttershy. Because it's always the quiet ones. It's always the quiet ones, darling. This is more or less the rough cutting. And if you are a lot better with a... She's a cold-blooded killer. Just forgets about it afterwards. Yeah, Pinkie Pie's mechanic in the CCG was basically just murder. And like, the number of murder clowns in Pinkie's set was unfortunate. Just clipped the border a little bit, so there is going to be a permanent cut showing. But it's not that bad, so it's not going to be something I'm going to worry too much about. More worried about exposing the top of my head to you guys. Top of the head reveal. Way too early for that. But you are the quiet one. Yes! Yes, cutie, you are. I never said it was a bad thing. Honestly, darling, the fact that you are potentially seconds away from being able to completely mutilate somebody is a good thing in my book. Of course. Picturing somebody trying to fucking harm you, and then the cops show up and there's just 3 people laying on the ground, broken limbs, and you're choking somebody out while going, "Hush now, quiet now, it's time to lay your sleepy head," before snapping their fucking neck. And they would have deserved it, darling. Now I'm just... Oh, I'm not on camera. Jesus. Just tracing around the edge, shaving it, getting as close to the border as I can. There are moments where you almost got a bow out and fire an arrow at them. I mean, at the point in which you're yeeting pointy sticks at people, or resisting the urge to. Yeah. Which, bonus points for bow-related murder. As an archery fan myself, it's the classiest way to kill. At least at a distance, it is the classiest way to kill. Like, even a crossbow isn't as good as a bow. Bow is the straight razor of ranged murder. At least these days. You are a reenactor. That's right, you are a reenactor. You've mentioned that before. I'm just an archery nerd. I've got, like 8... Well, I used to be a reenactor, I will say. I have not reenacted in some time. That was my childhood, and that time has passed. I could go back, but it's just... I don't know. At least out here, the groups are not that great. But I do archery in my backyard. I've got like a 7 or 8 sword rack. Japanese style sword rack, is the weave ones are the easiest ones to find. That's just completely full of bows. Connie! Hi! Hello, darling. Hello. How is the Amber Cutie? That is stabbing me. Speaking of, it's always the quiet ones. Tired, made some epic food earlier. Nice! Like epic mealtime epic food, or actual good epic food? Heck yeah, post it in the Discord. And there we go. She's got a few bubbles in her from all of the times I failed to lay it down correctly, but we got a Fluttershy, for fuck's sake. We have a Twilight we can stick on our fridge. Okay, so that is a project done. Already just blazing through these like meow whoosh. Okay. Now sort of the main event for me mentally is trying to use cleaning my goddamn hands again. Main event, yes indeed. And the disc orb. Cool. Let me actually pull up the disc orb. Oh man. Chorizo beef burger with cheese, rocket sriracha mayo, and spicy barbecue sauce. Good lord. You make the best looking burgers, honey. That just looks delish. I am now trying an experiment as a risk. So I'm using the straight razor I use. And I'm going to attempt to use cutting fluid as a replacement for blade oil. This is something that's a bit of a mystery because the experts online are all stupid as fuck. I get people who say, oh no, you could only ever use cutting oil. Or you can only ever use blade oil. Only ever use that. If you use anything else, you'll destroy your stone, you'll destroy your blade, your house will catch fire, dog will die, your mailman will be shot to death. That's way too much oil, but that's fine. Rather way too much than not enough. Oop, Ed. Oh no. Like, Connie, Ad Burchard. I saw someone who used a simple window cleaner. Yeah, that's the thing, is that there's two sides to it. It's either you can only ever use blade oil, it's specially formulated specifically for blades and nothing else ever will work. Or you use whatever. My granddaddy, it's always somebody from Mississippi, Arkansas, or Alabama. My granddaddy used to spit on his stones. If you can use spit, you can use whatever you want, boy. And that's not true. So I always ask, show me a picture of what his stone looks like. It needs to be thick enough to coat and stay, and to allow the filings to filter away from the surface, but thin enough that's going to allow the blade to make proper contact and provide cooling, because that's the two things that oil on a oil stone or water on a water stone does. Is it provides cooling and lubrication, which is the point of lubrication is to allow the filings to leave. This feels like it's going to be too thick. I know WD-40 is too thin. And you just want to apply, especially with a straight razor, the lightest amount of force. Like, you basically just want to make sure it's steady. Because the edge will deflect and bend. You have a small grind wheel that you use for your knives. Depending on how that grind wheel works, honestly, best option. If you aren't doing something like rehoning scalpels or straight razors or other precision blades, that's really all you need. Maeve, darling, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How are you? I'm doing well. I've managed to catch, I think, basically all of my European friends here today. That feels amazing. I think Bones isn't here, but that's fine. Bones is busy crafting wonderful things. You put more burger experiments in the Discord. Excellent. I will check those out. 2 vodka monsters down and feeling good. Oh my god, Maeve, how are you? You are living your best life. Yeah, feeling when the alcohol hits the right way. Yeah. Yeah, that would be a vodka and Monster Energy drink. AKA DIY 4 Loco. So one thing that I had to untrain myself on sharpening with, or in regards to sharpening things, is that the strokes do not have to be even. Because whether or not the edge is perfectly lined up one way or another, or is a little bit to one side or to the other, makes no appreciable difference. And I'm saying that as somebody who's actively sharpening a straight razor right now. If I'm willing to do it on a straight razor, and I'm taking to my face and neck, you can do it to your freaking camp knife. It is fine. Because having an uneven grind just means that the very edge, the cutting surface, is slightly to one side or the other. It's not perfectly even. It really just does not have to. You do want to do some ending passes. You always want to end with, generally speaking, a back and forth motion works best. Because you're working that surface more efficiently by going backward and forward. But you do always want to end with cutting grinds like this, where it's edge into it. And you'll want to one-to-one that, generally. So at this point, you're just evening things out. You're getting the little wire that builds up at the end nice and on the edge, nice and straightened. Because remember, steel for all metallic bonds mean that metal is squishy and deforms, and can do things like be formed into a wire. And that's what you end up on the edge of anything you sharpen. That's what you end up with on the edge, is a little wire. That's where stropping comes in place, because that causes that little wire. Stropping, you're basically going back and forth across a soft surface to cause that wire to bend and bend and bend and bend and bend and come off, while also smoothing out the grind a little bit. It's been a while since I've caught up with you. If you remember, don't remember wrong, last time you were here, I was sharpening the same knife. Yes, it's been that long since I've sharpened it, for starters. I use it fairly frequently. And 2, I believe you were here for the epic 8-hour sharpening things stream. Been working on your confidence and finally ended up getting enough to speak with people online. That's fantastic. He's been sharpening it that long every Saturday since. No, there would be no fucking blade left, I tell you what. Yeah, I was thinking if I was feeling froggy, I might hop into VR chat later today. I liked Doppel's karaoke stream in VR chat, but that was, Mystery and Catbag, and I believe QT was watching, and a couple others were watching, but it was, Mystery and Catbag, and Doppel and Ultra and me, and I can't remember the last person. I feel like a dick. I think it was probably Carl. Like, it was people I know from online, people I would actually interact with and trust to interact with, not randos. And I can tell you right now, A, I use too much oil, and B, this is probably too thick. Blade oil is thinner, but it's not WD-40 thin. WD-40 is too thin. It will not flush the particulates away. It is, however, good for cleaning a stone. I just cut myself right there, and I can tell because there is a slight drag across the blade. You don't have to make this many passes, I'm just being damn sure. And I'm sort of feeling things out. Yeah, it feels like I'm not actually feeling the grind of the stone unless I press down. Yeah. So this might not have sharpened well, actually. But this was an experiment, and it's worth trying, because if I can limit the number of chemicals I have in my workshop, that's good. I'll have cutting fluid on hand, because cutting fluid is just extremely useful anytime you're cutting something. If you're drilling metal, if you're doing a tap and die, I've used it on a hacksaw blade before. It does look really polished, though. That took a patch off my hand just quick as can be. You can always speak with... Yeah, and honestly, Connie, if you ever want to, you know, just chat, work on... Well, if you want to chat, period, don't hesitate to do so, but if you want to do so to work on talking to people, don't hesitate to contact me, or Fox, or probably any of the Gremlins. I'm not going to speak for Emmy and Wolf Cutie and Judy, but I'll say most likely. Let's see here. Is dude watching? I didn't have VR chat installed. Yeah. Moved into your apartment and you're still working on decorating. Cool! Welcome back, Co. What's with the eyes, Co? What's with the eyes?
Darling!
Koyami Nakamura has gifted a sub to M4V3N1R.
Avalon!
Darling!
Koyami Nakamura has gifted a sub to Connie Ambushard.
Yes, thank you for making Connie my sub. Always wanted to collect the Connie Amber Cutie. Extremely aggressive support mode engaged. So that's two more, one for Maeve, one for Connie, but my hands and desk are covered in oil right now, so it'll be a fucking second. Okay. I'll make you late to your own stream for this now. How do you like that? And the easiest way to clean an oil stone, honestly, is Dawn dish soap, which is what I'm going to use right now. I'm going to go to BRB and wash my hands, wash my stone. I should have taken my bracelets off, but let me see here. BRB, guys, BRB! I'm back. And welcome back, Cal Starling. Perfect timing. I've been in BRB the whole time. I saw Kels was away, and I'm like, well, I just don't see the use of it. No point, not without the darling Kels. He says, well, slowly fingering a straight razor. That feels pretty sharp, though. It feels like I did a good job. I think it's not going to be a good option overall, or I'm going to need to use significantly less, but I think cutting fluid will work. Normally, anything involving stripping metal, removing stock of metal, either drilling or cutting or anything like that, cutting fluid's a great option. But this still has some water standing on it. Patch it dry so you can dry out more. You need to do things tomorrow? I am so sorry to hear that, darling. It's not fun doing things tomorrow. So we'll get the first pack open as yours then, Connie. So let's see what the Amber Cutie got me. If you do the thing, there is the code for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. Set her down. You might still be able to read that, who knows? No, you absolutely can't. 1, 2, 3, 4. You log into Pokemon Online. It's for the online game, which I think they got a mobile version working now, finally, but basically, you go into the online game, get registered, and you can punch in a code and get a free pack if you use this code. And I did the 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to say it's Steel. Nope, Dark finally made an appearance. We've got ourselves a Heracross. Single strike. Ready to horn you good. Tiniest octopus wanting to fight. Order in the court, Grookey. Heracross, the horny Pokemon. That's actually a surprising number of Pokemon, but... Got the water type Sneasel. So like, heck your salad, buddy. I'll toss your salad. Wait, hold on. That one's actually kind of frustrating. Cut down. Flip a coin. If heads, discard energy from your opponent's active Pokemon. This just sits there to C-block the enemy. When they try to charge their front line, you just flip a coin. You have a 50-50 chance that you will make them discard the energy they just put down. That's brilliant. I like that one. Gembro Weedle. Our shiny is a Scorbunny. So shiny Kick Bunny. And then our rare is a Zebstrika. Zebenstrika. Which is Blitzel's Evo form, coordinated bolt 30 plus. If one of your other Rapid Strike used an attack during the last turn, this attack does 90 more. So if you have multiple Rapid Strikes and you just swapped out, that's pretty good. Spark Rush, flip a coin until you get tails. The attack does 90 damage for each heads. That one's always a gamble, but has the potential of being a hell of a cannon. Impact Energy. Can only be attached to a single strike. As long as it's attached to a Pokemon, it provides energy of any type, but only one. If it becomes poisoned, or if it's already poisoned, it recovers from that special condition. Nice. Path to the peak. 7,000 steps. And Emo Boy. Obviously reading poetry. Really shit poetry. But thank you so much, Connie Ambercutie, for the Zip Striker and the shiny Scorbunny. Gen 8 starters. Which one was Gen 8? Was that its most recent? I sadly have not kept up on it. I don't know what generation we're on. We started at 1, and that's where I played the most. It was Sword and Shield. Let's see here. That was Scorbunny, Drizzle, and Grookey, yeah? Or not Drizzle, Sobble and Grookey. I'm gonna say Grookey. Grass Monkey's great. Like I did say earlier, somebody who's very dear to me gave me a Sobble plush. That means a lot to me. But I've started with Grass type. Plant Doggo is best Doggo. Bulbasaur is great. But So generally speaking, Leaf type, the Grass types are always my favorites, but I really like Grookey. Grass Monkey is great. Scorbunny, I'm not going to knock Scorbunny. Sobble, not exactly my thing, just because I don't want a Pokemon that's crying, because I'm already making him cockfight. Like, I'm already making them fight for money for me. I don't want him crying in the process. There's another code. But I mean, that's also probably just me. Give you a few seconds to screen grab that for anybody who wants it. I do know people who really like Sobble. Scorbunny's feisty. I like feisty. But Grass Monkey just seems chill. Plus, Grass Monkey. That funky monkey. That monkey junkie. You know. Speaking of, let's say Maeve. This is Leaf. Hey! Off to a good start, Maeve. We're on Leaf. You got me a Snover. Always good. Looks cool, and for a basic type, has a heck of a hit. Galarian Yamcha. Not one I see frequently, so that's kind of cool. Coughing, always handy for Ko, because Ko runs Dark. The questioning its life decisions Shuppet. Like, it just absolutely looks like it's wondering what the hell it's doing. Sexy Scowlet, I mean what? Scovit. Yeah, that's what I meant. Our shiny is, that's Crabominable. Crabominable. The Crabominable Snow Crab. That thing is a chunk. 150 on a stage 1 is pretty good. Double Lariat, flip 2 coins, does 90 damage for each heads, or Crab Hammer for 130. Both expensive attacks, mind you. But that's just straight up a stage 1 cannon. That's great. I mean, by comparison to the rare, which is, a Tsarina? Tsarina, yeah. Which evolves from Steenie. It's a stage 2, and it's got 10 less hit points. Its attacks are cheaper, but Tread On does 10, and then 50 more for each basic in your opponent's retreat cost. And Solar Beam is 120 at 3. That's not super strong. That's not bad. That's flexible. Between the two, I think I'd rather put points on Crabominable. It's going to take an extra energy to get attacks going, but that base attack is stronger than, or is almost as strong as Serena's up attack. But it costs 4 to retreat, so, and super weak to Psychic. And then we got Seabold, who just looks like a douche. Larion, the evolution of Aaron, and Expedition Uniform. Look at the bottom 3 cards of your deck and put them on top of your deck in any order. Neat. So that Crabominable is going to be useful for Ko, but the Tsarina might actually be useful for me and my green deck. Thank you so much, Maeve, darling. And right now we are just sort of... We're going to be closing things out soon, but I wanted to come back to this. This is the other major project beyond getting my straight razor straight raised, sharpened. So I wanted to at least show the first couple layers of how Wipe on Poly goes. So it tends to look pretty good almost immediately. But we are going to be dropping in to say hi to Ko, since they are going to be streaming any moment now, or are streaming. They are starting up a new game that just got out of NDA. How's that? And yeah, Ko is on. So we'll be raiding out here soon, but I did want to just show this real quick. Because right now, like that was the color it was. And then right now it's a little dull, but the darker color will work well. I think the darker color with the brass will work great. Gives it a different personality entirely. But let's get some Wipe on Poly on this thing. Here's what I keep talking about. Minwax's Wipe on Polyurethane. It is a clear glossy surface. A shitty aura. Well, I suppose. I don't know, it just makes me think of a seal. Aura. No, that was bad even for a shitty aura, but I suppose that makes the objective complete. Oh, that's way too much. This is why I have a poor bottle with a poor spout, but okay. Go consume sleep, my darling. Thank you so much for finally being able to show up. I'm planning on doing more weekend streams because it allows you good folk from the EU side of things to show. I am glad that you finally made it, darling. And I'm just going to get the first layer of sealing on this. The last layer I do, I'm going to thin with water and apply very lightly with a soft brush, because that takes all brush strokes out of it. And really the only concern is if it hasn't properly, it just massively stretches the cure time out. And if it hasn't properly cured that layer and then any layer it bonds to, is going to be a bit prone to coming off in water if you soak it. I think I should have scrubbed a little more material off this guy, because I'm seeing... So... right there, that wing detail. That is a beautiful color. It's gonna look great. The rest of it turned out pretty black. It's going to have some... It's got some complexity to it. There's some spots here and there, but... And then right now it's still a little matte because it's The thing about burning the surface is it makes it incredibly dry. Not surprising, right? That means it just soaks up the poly. And now I'm just sort of evening out the application because some places got too much. In person, it's going to look a lot better than over camera, and I'll try to capture a good picture of it, but it's going to be mostly black. There's going to be just a few details here of color unless I go and set the poly on fire, which would be bad, and then scrub deep. So I'm pretty much committing to this, but that's fine. But I do like right there. And it does change with the angle of the light, along with under the wing there. A spot back here. That's not going to pick up on the camera at all because of the texture. But that was kind of what I was going for. I think if I had to do it again, I would scrub more of the charred surface layer off. I would scrub back down to basewood more. A little bit more aggressive, but it's going to look a lot better. And it's also going to be sealed, for fuck's sake. Seriously. Who the fuck does that? Who sells a kitchen knife with an unsealed handle? But that will do it for projects. I'm gonna probably break out my water stones, give this thing a bit of a polish, see if as it is, it can come to a nice sharp enough edge that it's something I can pass off to Swarmy. If so, I'll be doing resto on this thing. Thank you for the hail hydration. Let's go ahead and not miss any more of Co playing a brand new game. And let's do something smart here and hit Control-C over Co's name, so I don't have to try and spell that shit. Raid. Anyway, this has been a bit of an experiment. Like I said, this is off of my new laptop with half my shit not even working, and I mean, most of the stream was cleaning my workshop and sorting knives. So it wasn't super interesting, but I am glad everybody came by. I genuinely appreciated it. It was great seeing you all again, and as always, from the bottom of my heart, be the monster that you needed as a child. Love without hesitation, and fight for peace. Now let's go give Co our best.